recording. I am recording.
Okay. So welcome everybody to session 40.
Yay.
2.5
We're
years
now
later.
in the midlife crisis stage of the campaign.
Heck yeah.
Oh,
Midlife crisis stage?
Oh yeah,
yeah, it's
midlife
40.
crisis.
I thought
Like
We're gonna get a
50.
motorcycle,
Oh.
stuff like that.
A new
hell
haircut.
Last session,
Frosted tips. Sorry,
Hell
go on.
yeah.
last session, we started out with a very peculiar reunion of sorts between Sonnet and a creature with Tekuin's appearance, although much more morbid than usually visualized. They spoke some words in which Tekuin essentially insinuated that he would not be spoiling your guys' resurrection to Lolth, because he wants Sonnet for himself. Some combat ensued. You slain this avatar of sorts, only for the illusion to dissipate to reveal a guard that you had just massacred. As everything came back to normal, the guards and Lyric freaked out, you could say, at the fact that you had just slaughtered one of the guardsmen out in broad daylight in front of the city of Cain. And with that, they arrested you on the spot. They, of course, with Lascivious being the sneaky little fellow that he is, turning invisible to avoid capture. They would take you all to the prison where you'll be booked in. Lascivious following suit as well, just kind of keeping track of everybody. As you were put into your prison cells, a couple little hijinks happened. Sonnet ran into a woman by the name of Nyx, who was revealed to be kind of like the leader of this Lycan group that resides within the city. Bonelia and Mabel kind of did a little bit of talking before doing a distraction play of the sentry to get some keys off a guard. Michaelis,
Flawless plan.
very flawless. Michaelis ran into an old friend of his by the name of Cal Hobbs across the jail cell from him, saying he was arrested for a mishap that happened not too long ago. And Lascivious would go to the warden, Warden Harrison, and have a bit of a conversation with him that kind of went the way that he wanted, but also not really at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
In the end, it all worked out quite well, as he spoke with the warden, managed to get you all released under the pretense that you would be going under trial in the morning with Sarah. Lascivious and Michaelis both stayed behind. Lascivious more so out of respect for the warden, meaning that he was kind of the person who did it and decided to stay behind, mainly on that respect. Michaelis staying behind because the prison would not give out weaponry or any personal effects until they were cleared. Michaelis not being able to be too far away from his sword also stayed behind at the prison. Well, the rest of you went into the city of Cain close to midnight with not too many souls wandering about. We ended the session as Sonnet looked down an alleyway and noticed Nyx. Give him a small wave and then go into the alleyway with a single black feather going behind her and then disappearing. And that's where we come to today. And we are actually going to start with Michaelis and Lascivious. The two of you are in this kind of, I wouldn't say it's a pleasant cell by any means. The beds are very traditional for a prison. They're made out of this very hard material, barely any bedding on it. Both of your hands and arms have been cuffed, so magic is being depleted on your behalf, Lascivious, and
Mm-hmm.
Michaelis, your strength is being drained on your behalf. As is kind of settle in for the night, you see the other group begin to kind of make their way towards more words into the actual city through a small slit in the wall that you can see through. A couple of guards kind of bypass your cell every now and then. A couple kind of stand foot at the door, kind of potentially dissuading any private talk of escape or anything like that, kind of dissuading that kind of discussion, as guards would easily be able to hear.
Mm.
But nothing really out of the ordinary, especially for you, Lascivious. This is kind of run of the mill from way back when you were a child. You know the routine.
Yeah. Brings back memories.
Is this better or worse off than previous cells you've been in?
I don't think our cells were as sophisticated, but I think it's more just the general sentiment and the vibe. You know, despite how prisons are, they were typically a safe haven in a way for me. So,
Well, again, I can't speak for all the prisons in Icarium, but I mean, certainly I haven't really been on this side of the cell. But it's been generally like what I remember growing up. Like they've been okay. Like the people actually get like somewhat rehabilitated, or at least don't want to go back. But it's not for the reason of it sucking.
yeah.
How are the others? Do you see them out there?
Well, looks like they're not bothered by the fact that we're in here. So,
Well, I think they know we're gonna be fine.
yeah, probably. Did you manage to see what the body looked like?
Which body? Like the one out front?
Yes.
Well, it was
Roll a
kind of a
history.
goddamn. Okay,
Roll a history check
alright.
for specific details. Roll a history.
For
check.
specific details, yeah, history. That is a 24. I got a +6 in it. You know.
It is incredibly easy to recall with the recent detailings. Obviously, the armor was very like battered, like it had lots of dents in it. The actual person on the inside of the armor was cut and bruised from the damage that you guys had just inflicted, but their neck looked incredibly broken from the way that it had. Because if you recall, part of its like actual spine was leached forward, pressing outwards against the skin. So it was grotesquely morbid and like fractured around for sure.
Lascivious, you didn't by chance do any attacks towards the guard's neck, right? No bludgeoning blows, nothing like that? Because I mainly hit the guy in his back and his front.
I think I
didn't aim.
may have
You
used
do
my whip,
recall
and
wrapping the chain around and yanking. Yes.
I did do some damage to its neck. But if you say that that was the case before, then we might be able to get off with a simple plea for, an autopsy, see how long the body's been dead for. And if it's proven to be dead for longer than we were here, then we're good at right as rain.
Can I do either another roll walker or just ascertain whether or not if looking at the body once Tekuin dissipated, if because Michaelis, given his history, seen a lot of dead bodies.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll just
you would
go
know what
off
rigor
of
mortis and so
yeah,
on and so forth.
I'll go off of the 20. You said 26 before, right?
It was a
24.
24.
24. Going off of a 24, same kind of deal. It didn't show many signs of decay. Like not really at all. Having seen lots of risen corpses and lots of freshly lain bodies from war, this looked relatively fresh. No real signs of it being dead for a long time if dead beforehand. It was hard to say, and you would need to do a thorough inspection before you get an actual answer.
Yeah, that's gonna have to be the work with magic or this conventional, I guess, autopsy, because the only unfortunate thing, and you probably know this too, is that a body that fresh could be like minutes dead or up to like a couple hours dead. Like,
Well, even a couple of hours is enough to prove it because we literally fought right outside and then they brought us right in. So,
and that could only be proven by magic. Because I'm just saying, if it's by conventional standards,
Mhm.
it could be minutes to 6-8 hours before.
I mean, at the
rigor
end
mortis.
of the day, the only way it's going to ever, if it's going to prove to be useful, they're going to have to do the autopsy, because we could do as many autopsies as we want, but our word doesn't matter because we're the ones behind bars. So
We need to also ask for a second opinion. I don't think we should base this off of only one person doing the autopsy. It should be a third party.
well, I don't think there's any real motivation to lie about our position unless your mother
Vesuvius, is this
is, you know.
is this a standard thing that I would suggest? Just because, given the situation that we are in, we don't know if they'll try to pull something by having somebody who's been influenced, whether by Lol, Tekuin, or my mom. So we don't know.
Fair enough. I'm not going to argue that.
Do you know, like, I know we spoke about it before a little bit, but like, do you have any idea what it could be that is affecting my mother?
Well, it had to have been, but what did you say happened to her? Was she in Orlais when she, like, how long has she been here or in Orlais?
Well, here's the thing. Like, when she disappeared, this was during the war. She was on a diplomatic route somewhere in Ecrium, and then she got attacked by the necromancers. And from then until recently in Orlais, she's just been gone. And we just haven't been able to find any trace of her. And now she suddenly showed up in the last couple months.
So if I
Roughly around the time I
recall,
show back up.
correctly, the only time that the first time that we found out of her being in Orlais was through Zahir and her involvement with him, right?
Yes.
So then we know Zahir. Well, Zahir. We don't know how long Zahir was in cahoots with Lolth. Either it has something to do with Lolth and her trying to expand her horizons before she arrived. Maybe there was a chance that she was trying to reach out in Ecrium to see if the scroll was there to get out.
It makes me think, though, that it's possible that Sarah has been in prison this entire time, and that's why she's like this.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were doing memory stuff with the doppelgangers and all that stuff, so I guess that's the only real tangible connection is the memory stuff with Mabel's brother, and they probably got her too. I would have to assume it involves Lolth.
Well, that's gonna be more difficult then, because
Oh,
here's
well,
well,
if you
here-
think of it this way, it might not even be your mom. Might be a doppelganger.
right, but let's say if it is actually my mother, then this is like, I'm hoping that it's just some sort of spell on her, because if it is the case that she's been locked up and like for 20
Well,
years or something.
Real quick, can I make a history or something to recall if they were only trying to access memories, and did William ever actually lose all of his memories, or did they just transfer it
Not-
into the doppelganger?
Not all of them. They transmitted memories of Williams into the doppelganger, so the doppelganger could portray William
Yeah.
properly. However, William didn't really lose his memories. They kind of took them for information purposes,
Right.
from what you remember.
Like a copy
Okay.
paste thing.
Yeah.
He still lost his memories, but it's not like they just took them for fun. Like they took them for interrogation purposes.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, honestly, like in regards to William and all that stuff, I think that the only possible outcome that I can think of right now is that either they have her in captivity somewhere and this is a doppelganger making all the moves and going around, or they decided to not make her a doppelganger, but I don't see why they wouldn't just do that. So, your
Well,
real mom might be out there, still able to be saved.
well, I'm hoping like that's Occam's razor. That seems to be the best explanation for everything. I've seen. It would be more of a risk if Lolthus had my mother actually out there, with that risk of somebody being able to like sway her back, or
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe the only way to find out is with Mabel's sight. She may be able to
her
see if there's any traces of
her
Wolf
glowing
on
eye
her.
thing.
Yes, her glowing eye thing.
Yeah.
Because if she is your mother, she has to have been able to remember you. Even if I don't even think like I guess they could take memories. So I think something you might have to accept and be ready for is that even if you do find your mom, she's gonna be gone. If they were able to take away some of William's memories, they might have been able to fully take away all of hers.
If it's been that long, then yes.
Yeah. So, prepare for that, I guess.
Well, I guess if that's the case, she might.
It doesn't
She
mean you
might.
can't make new memories, though.
Perhaps.
I'm sure we'll
I
find
don't
her.
know. I'm hopeful that we do, Lascivious, but the only thing I'm kind of weary on is like if she is in such a state that she's not herself, would it
I,
not be better that she be able to see Vaticus again?
I don't know. I think something we should also take into consideration is that if this isn't your mom and this is a clone or doppelganger, Wolf might be privy to the fact that we're back.
I think given Lol's reputation as being somebody who's conniving and having spies and everybody everywhere, I'm not gonna be surprised if she just already knows, even without Sara's indoctrination and reporting.
Yeah, I don't know. That's probably not going to be something we find out until we get back.
Well, until either she shows up or some fucking army shows up again. But given the necromancers are back apparently, and like we haven't seen any actual like necromancers as undead, but like nonetheless, we're gonna be in for another big battle again, it seems. And despite my hazy memory and such, I know there's a lot of like potential allies that we can get here. Still have Jotun that we can meet. Malgrow's kind of, I guess, a bit on a better side now, thanks to you.
Well, really, it
And
was thanks to you. You're the one who said it. You made it known.
I guess me and my big mouth.
Yeah.
And I mean, we got Cal. Like, I don't know if you heard him, or actually, no, you weren't. You're out there.
The dwarf guy?
Yeah, the dwarf. Yes.
Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah.
Well, I was snooping around.
Yeah, during the war, He was our what do you want to call I guess our demolition guy.
Hmm.
So he can come in handy. He's like Grush, but tenfold.
Hmm.
He's an artificer. That should explain everything.
What's that?
You don't know what an artificer is?
No.
All right. You know Tin and
For-
Walk?
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, you say what you're gonna say,
I
Walker.
was just gonna say, for sake of time,
Yeah, yeah.
you're able to kind of relate what an artificer is.
Yeah. I was just like, so yeah, he can just invent a lot of stuff for us, and especially with that bolt crossbow thing. Like, I'm sure he will be able to help. Jotun has the stuff for that. But it's just all about timing, and hopefully we can get all this done. Because right now, depending on how this court case goes, it either goes like tits up and we're fucked, or we're gonna have to avoid an execution, and then we're gonna be on the lam from my own hometown and anywhere else that falls under its jurisdiction. So we might have to retreat up north, and hopefully Jotun can give us some sanctuary, or maybe some of the smaller groups.
Well, it's not like it's any different with what we've been doing, so.
Same old, same old.
With that, you both kind of get hit with this like very tiredness to yourselves. It's been a very long day, kind of emotional in state as well.
I think it's
And-
these shackles are sapping our energy.
Mm-hmm. Eventually, both kind of like deciding to retire for the night. Do any kind of like nightly rituals that you would normally do that you're capable of, and manage to attempt to get some sleep. As you feel yourself finally kind of being able to drift away, Michaelis, you start to hear this low voice in your head. It's very faint, almost like like someone in a crowd is kind of trying to talk to you. There's a lot of sounds kind of coming in around, muffling the main source, but you hear this very low voice just go, "War, war, war," as you feel this desperate need for your weapon again. It's not strong enough to the point where you're able to kind of like shake it off, but you can sense that the blade is becoming uneasy. It hasn't actually killed something in a while. As you're kind of reminded that everything that you have killed in the last few days has been undead.
I just try to, like, in my head, just try to say to the sword, just like, there'll be time for that. Calm down.
It just kind of continues to rumble in your head, just very low and subtle, just war.
I audibly sigh.
Huh? What's up?
It doesn't. It doesn't keep you awake per se for very long. After a while, your body just kind of shuts down on its own, avoiding it. And we will come back to you guys. Bonelia, Sonnet, and Mabel, the three of you have begun to kind of walk through the city in the night. The moon is nice and almost full, probably about 3/4 of the way there. Stars are shining beautifully. Hardly any light pollution in this city. You get a very gorgeous view of the constellations and stars. As you guys are walking throughout the city, Larrick actually catches up to you quickly. Yeah. It's alright. I didn't mean to go off for a second there. I had to speak to the warden before everything went off. I unfortunately am a part of this trial thing here. Is there any location that we're meeting up in the morning, or would you rather me sit out your trial and do it on my own? As much as I
Well, we
don't like the idea of being in a trial with Lascivious, I don't exactly have a choice.
I feel it makes more sense for us all to go together. We were all there the day of. But as far as a meetup place, I'm actually a little unsure where we're meeting or
I
where
imagine
our
it's
friends are
back
going to
with
get
the
released.
warden. At least
More
for them
than-
to bring us.
More than likely. I suppose we'll meet at the prison in the morning then. I just want to make
Are
sure that
you?
we're clear.
Yeah, we'll be there in the morning at the prison. That I think that makes the most sense. But are you going to find the other lichens?
Yes, I'm gonna be staying there for the night. They have a couple of spare beds every now and then, so I'm gonna see if there's one available for me.
You think there might be two?
I can definitely try. They've got mages in there. If they happen to have a spare bed of sorts, I'll get one of them to message you.
All right. Yeah, sounds good to me. I look to the others to see what they are to try and garner some insight into what they're thinking.
I nod.
You mean like for tonight or
Uh,
like?
yeah. I mean,
Uh, yeah. I had a bit of a different idea. I wanted to check out. I mean, I imagine they have some sort of library here. I feel like we could. At least I can make use of our time. Go through some
what
stuff.
exactly are you looking for?
Uh, Everything, anything. I feel like. I mean, I don't know too much about Ekrim in the first place, but I think maybe brushing up on some history or anything to do with like even Michaelis' family, anything that can help us. Uh, maybe a spell or something that could help with what's happening to his mother. Um, stuff like that.
All right. Yeah. Well. You can message me anyways. Lyric. We'll see. What becomes of us. By the end of the night.
Keep in mind, Sonnet, I don't know if they'll be exactly uh, inviting to your friends to this place of gathering, if you understand.
If
Yes.
it helps, I don't need a bed.
Potentially.
Cornelia, you're walking into a group of lichens. You're pretty much just a glorified chew toy. Okay. That's
Oh.
What do you mean by chew toy?
you know how there's like
Um,
bones and
Because I oh, Sonnet.
You have bones under there, don't you?
Yes, I
As
do.
do I,
Under
but
all
I
my
am a
skin and
Me
lichen.
too.
flesh and muscles, of course.
mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Right. As do everybody. But I think I
Yes,
understand what you're saying. Like she's
but
got a
I'm a
lichen.
lichen.
They might
Exactly.
attack her. That's understandable. That was just a weird way to word that, but that's a fair assumption.
Any human going in there would be a chew toy. Is that not correct? Is that not what you were saying?
In a sense. Uh I'm gonna start making my way there.
Actually, you know what? Sonnet, you can go back with him. I can take Cornelia. If you'd like, you'll be safe with them. I won't have to worry. I will have Cornelia. We can do that.
I'll keep an eye on her.
Thank you.
And I will you. So we can do that.
Okay, well, Lyric, shall we set off?
I guess you're with me. He begins to kind of go off towards the inner city more so, kind of going in through the alleyways. I'm under the assumption that you follow suit.
Yep.
Sure. You and him make your way through the alley. Mabel and Bonelia, you two are together, kind of left as you see Lyric and Sonnet turn a corner, just be coming out of sight after about maybe like half a minute of walking. I'll say we're gonna start with Mabel and Bonelia, actually here. The two of you being kind of left in the middle of the street, completely unfamiliar territory. What did the two of you do?
So, do you know where the library is?
No idea, actually.
Huh.
Figured we could look at a few signs, kind of walk around. We'll find it eventually.
Too big of a town?
Like I said, we'll find it eventually. I think Mabel will just kind of look for anything that, the stuff that she can kind of.
Typical kind of signs.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
not a church. It won't be a
Yeah.
church, so I can exclude that.
For sure. Why
Yeah.
don't we have the two of you make perception checks? Or if
Cool.
one of you wants to, you can help the other and give the other person advantage on whoever has the higher.
Mine's pretty good.
Mine's not bad.
We can both roll.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh, fucking.
That's horrible. Okay.
I got a 13.
Better than me. Better than me.
With a 13, the two of you kind of begin to make your way throughout the city. And you come to like a couple of different districts. You see quite a few homes kind of littering the streets, a couple people kind of coming back from work, whether it be in militaristic uniforms or farmers' outfits, or even just people kind of dressed in like kind of casual attire that look like similar to like teachers and such. Going further into the city, you come across like a bit of like a rundown kind of shopping district. It doesn't look like too much trade actually happens in the city. It's like basic armor and weaponry. Nothing crazy kind of speaks out to mind. Although, I will say with a 13, Bonelia, and maybe what's your passive perception?
18.
18k. With a passive perception, I'll be able to say you would notice this as well. But you are kind of missing out on the finer details throughout the city. You see there's quite a few areas that, sorry, give me one sec here. There's lots of people kind of chucking out just scrolls of parchment. Like here and there, it's just like, whether it's like
Disrespect.
pieces of paper with just like little things written on it, or it looks like genuine just scrolls that haven't sold or being kind of like thrown into like these waste bins and being lit. You can tell this place doesn't really do magic all that much, nor does it really care for it. Eventually, after a little while, the two of you kind of come to a place that gives you the telltale signs of a library. Very large structural building with kind of these very thick walls. There's like a sign that hasn't really been taken too much care of, but the outside of it is impeccably clean with the exception of some of the wear and tear on the building. In some of the windows, you see large bookshelves that kind of go multiple feet high. There's a couple of guards just kind of outside of the library that look just so bored. They don't even really pay you two much attention at all. Looking at the actual sign to the building, Just says some iteration of Ecrium District, well, yada 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 district library. Trying to go and push to the doors in. They kind of take a little bit of a muster to it, but they do open. Kind of going inside, there's all these different sections that aren't exactly filled from one shelf to the next. There's a couple sections that kind of have dedicated sections to them, like war records, location history, historical figures, monsters, types of magic, stuff like that. But the bookcases aren't filled brim to brim. It's kind of like a lacking library to an
Mhm.
extent. There is a singular person kind of wandering throughout the place, kind of like putting things onto shelves,
Mhm.
kind of like cleaning up some of the areas with the tables. See, there's a small area with a map of Ecrium on it, and they're kind of like cleaning up some pieces and bits and bobs that are on the map and putting them away. This person is of elven descent. Given by their facial features, they look like they're more wood elven than high elven that you're used to. As they continue kind of putting things away, they just kind of like sigh and like stretch their back a little bit and turn around. See, this person is a woman looking to be around just on the cusp of hitting elderly age. She kind of like comes over, having really noticed the two of you right away. But after a little bit, she eventually goes back to her desk and kind of like sees you and pops and goes, I'm so sorry. We don't get people this late at night. Was there something that I could help you two with?
Yes, actually. A few things, maybe. A few small requests. I've seen your history section. I know you have like a war shelf stuff. I was wondering, if I could get your help to grab me a few things. Specifically everything that you have on the history of Ecrium.
Based on the history.
Yes, everything. The Necromancy War, that as well. Maybe not the entire thing. Maybe like the sweet spot near the end. At the end
Like closer to
of the war.
current times.
Yes.
I can piece some things together, sure.
Mhm.
Here, just sit at this table here, and she kind of like gestures you just like to this, kind of like very small, like could fit like maybe like 3 to 4 people at it.
Mhm.
I'll be right back with some things that I feel like maybe hit your search area.
Thank you.
You see, she kind of wanders off to the back end of the library. The kind of sense in this area is almost more calm than you're used to with the rest of the city.
Mhm.
People are very serious, but in this kind of moment, you feel this kind of peace for once. Like, oh, you're familiar. This is your kind of area.
This is my
But
spot.
Nelia, before the girl kind of goes off for Mabel's request, did you want to make any requests to her as well?
No request, but I want to ask the DM, how long have we been in the city?
In the city, your potion hasn't worn off yet.
Okay.
Your potion would probably wear off in about 5 to 6 hours.
Oh. We've
These
been here
potion-
like...
Mind you, you took the potion just before you entered the city.
Yeah.
So this has only been about maybe somewhere between like 6 to maybe 10 at max.
Like hours?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it
Did I-
is it an 8-hour effect?
Yeah, I
Did
thought
I-
it was 8 hours.
Did I?
Yeah.
I thought I put it as like a full day cycle.
No.
Maybe that's just my head.
Yeah, you said initially it was for 8 hours.
Yeah. So
That's why she drank the second one.
I'm gonna double back and say it's 12.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice. A healthy medium.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sweet spot.
So you have at least at minimum a few hours, at maximum maybe 4 or 5.
Okay.
You know that you're gonna have to take one before people start kind of waking up in the morning, but you're okay for now.
Yeah.
Especially considering you got into the city just like a little after noon. So you're kind of getting to the point where it's okay, it's getting dangerous close to the time limit, but you're okay.
Okay.
And if it runs out during the night, you could probably just hide because you still have the cloak, so you're
Yeah.
chilling.
Yeah.
But no requests from the woman at all.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, after give or take about 5 minutes ish, the woman kind of comes back with about a stack of 4 to 5 books and kind of places them onto the table, kind of like puts them out kind of one by one. This is recent historical effects. And she slides one over to you. She hands you another one. Goes, these are just some documents from Ecrium's history. I'm not sure if this is exactly to your taste, but I figured perhaps it might help. She gives you a small book. It's not very big, about some of the historical figures, and a couple that are more just about like general history to some of the areas. You see, I will say, Bonilla, what's your passive perception as well?
18.
So you're both 18?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Twinsies.
You see that the woman has gone and stayed away from one particular section. You see she kind of like looks at it, but then kind of like rushes past it without really giving it too much attention. When she comes back to as well, she gives you like some basic like books about some of the effects that are basic to the world's functions. So, basic biology of creatures, biomes, things like that. However, for Mabel or Bonelia, whoever you think would be going through the kind of like natural effects, we will say that you come across a note C, and whichever the two you would like to.
Like in one of the books?
Yes.
Ooh.
You see, there's kind of like definitely signs of age throughout all of these books. Some names are kind of like broken up and in pieces. Some wording is kind of missing here or there. This is one that you find during your just kind of overall search for natural effects.
Mm-hmm.
Mabel.
Okay. The following information was obtained from small excursions to the other planes of existence. The following troops led by a blah 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 and accompanied by facing Roxas under approval by Ecrium founder. Oh, interesting. Fiend plane. A location of fire and brimstone, not unlike the descriptions of the underworld found in the old temples of the elemental planes, exactly as described. Fire, earth, wind, water elements, and creatures sharing their elements. Feywild, a hellish place. Fey creatures galore, not for the faint of heart. Tricksters and peaceful-looking light forms to be attacked relentlessly. Ethereal plane, a place that I would describe to be akin to the skies above. A mixture of colors, bright and dark. You almost float. This aura of magic and mystical energy.
And now, would the both of you be reading this? Or would it just be you, Mabel? Or just Bonelia?
Danica?
I think if Bonelia found it, she would share it.
So then I would like both of you to make Arcana checks, please.
Ooh. 24.
And Bonelia?
18.
You definitely get the sense that this particular page has been cut off at a certain point. Like, seems that flipping through to the next page, it goes right from the planes of existence to talking about topography. And it's almost like what's the word I'm looking for? Not shell shocked, but like it's a traumatic.
Jarring.
Yes, it's a jarring transition from one topic to the other, and it almost reads as if a couple of pages are missing. Through your Arcana, you can tell that there's been a magical effect to these pages itself. You can kind of feel a very faint aura to them. Hard to kind of pinpoint what the spell could exactly be. But you can tell there's some magical effects that have been placed upon the paper, including around these numbers that were specified for the troop numbers. And for Mabel, you said yours was a 20 what?
4.
A 24 as well. You feel a slight sensation of that magic continued further back in the library, kind of off to where that older woman looked, but then walked completely away from.
Whoa. Yeah, I guess sensing that, I'll look to Bonelia and I'll just kind of, point to what we're looking at. I'm getting something from this. Did you notice that she skipped a section back there?
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm gonna check that out. And I'm gonna go. And I'm gonna do that.
Are you attempting to do this sneakily, or are you just blatantly going to that section?
Oh, I guess you wouldn't like that.
I motioned to put the hood up on my cloak.
Okay.
On Lascivious' cloak.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Correct.
So she'll
Yeah.
have disadvantage on seeing you.
Yeah. I'm gonna sneak over.
Okay, yeah. So I'll get you to roll a stealth check.
Okay.
You know what? I can let her go over and then just to see while I stay with her, maybe like help kind of keep her busy.
With the
With the
librarian?
woman. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Nice.
We'll
You
say
also
can
have
do that,
advantage on stealth checks, just so you know, in case you weren't sure if you
Does
had.
she get it just with the hood?
With the
I thought
hood,
it
she
was
also
boots.
gets advantage. Yes.
I thought that was just the boots.
The boots give you advantage on stealth checks relying on being silent, or like hearing and stuff. So people could hear her if they're blind, but she wouldn't have advantage if who she's trying to stealth against is deaf. I'm pretty sure, or is blind.
Okay, so yeah, so you get advantage on your stealth check there, Danica, and the woman actually gets disadvantage on seeing you. So
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh.
wow, those are some fucking low rolls.
Oh, nice. I got
She is
18.
an old deaf woman.
Mabel, how do you distract her? Do you just kind of talk to her?
Yeah, I'll ask her a question. I think Mabel, before she leaves, will stop her and be like, I just have a question or two, if that's all right.
Yes, of course.
So, would you happen to know anything about the stone roses? By any chance, does that sound familiar?
The stone roses aren't necessarily a family within Ecrium. They are two parts of one family. In a way, Stone Rose isn't actually a family name. You have Stone, which is on the you see she kind of like flinches for a second. I believe he was a member of Ecrium's army long ago. And the rose part was in reference to, I believe, our current leader, Sarah Morrill.
Sarah. Right, of course.
But Stone Rose itself isn't a family name.
Yeah, no, that's my bad. And for the Stone family, would you happen to have any records about their time in the military at all?
I could
Or even
potentially.
Sarah and her work as a noble?
Well, Sarah came into power only semi-recently, but the Stone family has had a varied history throughout Ecrium's history.
Mm.
A lot of the records have been lost to time because the Necromancy War was quite destructive. But I'm sure I might be able to potentially find some things here or there if you'll just give me a moment. And you said you got an 18, Danica?
Yeah.
While this woman kind of like she goes you notice, Mabel, she actually walks directly towards where Bonelia is sneaking to, but she just walks right past, like
Okay,
paying
great.
her no mind.
Hell yeah.
Turns one of the corners. Bonelia, you're able to kind of slink into that section that was just off to the right, and you see that there is a display case that has a singular piece of paper in it that is incredibly old and torn and almost illegible. You also see that it looks like it's supposed to have potentially 2 pages, but one is missing. There is a lock on the display case. What did you potentially want to do?
That's a good question.
If only I was there.
Where's Astarion when you need him, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Can I inflict wounds upon the lock?
You sure can. You still have to make an attack roll, but this thing's got a very, very low armor value for a lock. So,
All right.
what
So y-
level are you doing it at?
1.
Okay, yeah.
We're
roll
gonna
an
be
attack
resting
roll.
soon.
Yeah.
it's like
Max out?
vicious. It's like using vicious mockery on the lock. You're just shouting, "Bitch!"
It's 3d10 at level 1, so I don't think she needs to.
Oh, okay. Fair
That's
enough.
a 22 to hit.
A 22 definitely hits the lock. Yeah, roll your damage.
All right.
That's when I'm like, boom, locks of immunity to necrotic.
Yeah,
Right.
literally. That's what I was thinking.
That's 30 damage.
Yeah, you.
Wait,
that's not right. I did that math terribly wrong.
Oh, is it
'Cause
more
that'd
or
be
less?
3d10.
It's less.
That'd be 3 10s.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just maxed it out.
Wait, if
Yeah,
she,
what
if
the
she
fuck?
rolled 3 10s, it's. I mean.
No, that's 20 damage. I'm a fool.
20?
Oh.
Okay. That's still far more than the lock can withstand. Just kind of like place your hand underneath it, and you feel the necrotic go to the lock, and it just degrades the gears and the locking mechanism to the actual lock itself, and it just kind of falls apart.
Nice.
You are also, with the stealth of that you had before, you're able to just kind of like very lightly catch the bit of lock that fell down with like your foot and just kind of like shuffle it underneath the cabinet type area. Lifting up the glass display case, you're able to kind of take out that slip of paper. Once again, and almost illegible within like the immediate handwriting that you see before you, with like its age of missing things and some pieces kind of being torn. But it also still, you definitely having opened the showcase lid, there's definitely supposed to be 2 documents and one of them is gone.
If I search a little bit, can I find the other piece?
Make a perception check.
That's 16.
It's nowhere in this vicinity. Like this
Okay.
area that you have for this display case almost seems dedicated to it. And the books around it are just regular things. Like swiping through them, there's nothing really that calls out to it that looks to be attached to it or any kind of shape of way. A lot of these things are almost like distractions from the display case. Like there is ogre mating rituals off to the side. There's the exotic
What
and
an
exemplary
area.
plant life of Ecrium off to the side. There's so many books here that look like they're trying to distract you from the display case.
Okay.
Hmm.
Then I'm just gonna go back to where I was sitting.
For sure. After a little bit, Mabel, you see the woman kind of comes up to you and goes, "That's actually strange. I only really have one thing regarding any kind of active military duty on behalf of the Stone family. And funnily enough, it's not even really regarding the Stone family. And you see she hands you this small little pamphlet that you may read aloud if you'd like as well.
As per request, my sir, myself and other troops have accomplished our reconnaissance on the other nearby nations. All squads have regrouped within the ethereal plane, and I have the following information for you. Orlais, a simple nation. Its people are quiet and not a threat. Their lands are covered by deities of which hold power that we have never seen in Ecrium. Spider goddess of which I've heard rumor is able to reach between realms to beckon followers and amass power. Lachelle, a kingdom plagued by dictatorship, towns suffering through starvation or abuse. We once received an invitation by their lord and lady for a visit during the springtime. I would not recommend unless we are attempting a takeover. The ethereal citadel, a floating rock in the ethereal plane. Monsters and all other sorts of folk wander this plane. Nothing to be concerned about. Possible hub for trade in the future. I wouldn't pass the opportunity personally for trade amongst other nations, sir. Is that Elantra?
Elantra.
Elantra. Oh, that is that. Okay. Our troop that went to Elantra never made it back. We've attempted sendings but get no response. They are being received, but no one will answer back. We may need to look into this at a later date.
Teaser.
um, Regarding the mention of sirs and such like this, and knowing somewhat of militaristic standing, you can probably tell that this was on order of either Vivaticus himself
Mhm.
or one of his descendants back in the early days of Ecrium, being sent out to do reconnaissance on other nations, see if anybody's a threat, or if there's potential resources that might be necessary for the nation to survive. But ultimately, you can tell that Ecrium has more or less kind of stayed to itself, knowing that you haven't heard of any invasions of Ecrium moving out to any of these other continents. So Ecrium's kind of stayed to itself. It hasn't really seen anybody as a necessity to step in any kind of way. After kind of getting that information, you turn back to Bonelia. The librarian kind of like takes some of the books and kind of puts them back after a little while. Just kind of like doing her general like duties as the night shift worker, just kind of maintaining the place. She really kind of pays you no mind once you have your papers and your books in front of you. However, Bonelia, you have this paper.
Yeah.
Do you do anything with it?
Bring it back to the table, and I give Mabel a thumbs up.
Okay. With the page being illegible, for the most part, like it almost seems to be kind of like written in this code in a way.
Mhm.
And with it, I'll actually get the both of you to do a insight check for me.
17?
Bonelia,
14.
14. You can see that there are certain places in the page that have 2 characters missing. There are 4 slots in total, and it looks like 2 specific characters are missing. And these are also just kind of scattered throughout the page. Like, they're in no particular order, but it seems like there's one kind of up toward the top right, one in the middle, one towards the bottom left down page, and then one kind of towards the end of whatever is being written. But these sections seem to be kind of like clear almost, like you can make out that there's characters missing, but not sure what they're from.
I'm sorry, this is in the first note that we looked at?
No, this is in the note that Bonelia has brought forth.
I see.
Can I? Ugh.
By characters, you mean letters? Like or like symbols or something?
Yes, like it looks like two things written down, but they're missing.
What do we have that is written down?
The whole thing is practically ineligible.
The entire thing. Okay.
Yeah, the whole thing is ineligible except for these 4 slots that look like something is meant to be kind of written in them.
Could we make some checks to see if we can make it legible? Or is it just beyond help?
The writing, it's almost as if there's like a blur effect to it. So potentially some sort of magic might be useful to it. But I'll say that...
Like if I throw on an identify or dispel magic or something, that could
Yeah,
try
can
to
I do
actually-
life transference to it?
No, life transfers is not what I was expecting. Yeah, you can attempt to do an identify onto it.
Cool. I can't do that right now because I believe my spell book is back at the prison.
Yes, you do
So,
need your...
I'm gonna. Oh, unless there's an extra scroll lying around in the library.
Potentially, you could ask.
Perhaps I'm gonna go ask. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna go ask.
Can I
Sure.
cast heal on it?
So again, you still need a spellcasting focus.
I find it
Oh,
really
right.
funny if that actually like happened and but you healed it too much, it becomes a tree sapling again.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, I'll go back up to the library and I'll be like, "Hi, sorry to bother. Would you happen to have any extra scrolls lying around of identify or something, just to make out a few things?"
You see, she brings you to a section of the library that is filled with like these blank parchments. She goes, "You can sort through this. This has been a mess since long before I worked here." And you see there are just piles of scrolls that looked unfinished. Some look complete, some look empty.
Okay, that is a task I'm up for. Yeah, Mabel will spend some time doing that.
For sure.
I'll help
Mhm.
out.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah. The two of you kind of begin sifting through these, through this pile of scrolls that have all sorts of manner of finishes to them. And while you search through them, because it'll take you some time,
Mhm.
we're gonna go to Sonnet. Sonnet, you and Lyric are kind of wandering throughout the city. As the night has continued to go through, you find yourself feeling like the trickles of some rain begin to kind of pour as this rain kind of begins to pour. Alaire kind of like takes you through one of the alleyways. Did they gave you a code, right?
I don't remember them giving me a code. Did they give me a code?
They
gave me a-
did.
Oh, I
Did you
don't
write it
remember.
down?
Wait, let me see if I wrote it down.
Just like do a check. Just like
memory check 1.
Is it the Woods Be One? Is that what it was? Because I have that written down for some reason.
11d12.
Let me real quick just make sure.
40,
you have it.
42.
Oh, 42. 42.
2319. We got a 2319.
Mine didn't save it. In fact, a lot of my notes from session 39 are gone.
make
Oh.
something up. Now's your
That's
chance.
not good.
Mike,
I have randomly out of context the woods be one in my notes, and I didn't. That was the one thing in my notes that I'm looking at that I'm like, what the fuck does that mean?
The last note I have that isn't in reference to Lascivious is Bonelia used her boobs. I'm sorry, guys.
I think that was the code.
Oh, true,
Um,
true, true.
Yeah, Bonelia's boobs.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll go with that just because for some reason my notes are gone. So great. Um, the for a second there I thought I had it, but it wasn't. Um, yeah, we'll go with that. Sure. um,
Why not?
you see Larry kind of like looks to you and goes, "Okay, they gave me different codes. That's strange." And he just kind of like goes up to a small little like see there's a little crack in one of the brick walls. You see he goes up to it, kind of like leans his face towards it and covers his mouth and whispers something. And you see that hole get filled up by another brick before the bricks kind of begin to like rotate inwards. And you see he kind of like goes through and goes, "Don't follow me until you've given your code. Otherwise, they might just kill you." And he just walks inside. The bricks begin to layer themselves once more until there's just that crack in the wall.
Yeah, I'll go to the brick and I'll uh whisper to it or say while covering my mouth, "The woods be one."
What question mark?
Yeah.
You hear a voice on the other end. Just kind of like very like high and like almost not childlike, but definitely in tone childlike. You just hear a voice right to go, "Woods be one? Man, I don't know what the fuck they're coming up with these days." As the woods kind of as the bricks kind of collapse inwards on themselves until eventually there's enough room for you to walk in.
Nice. I'll enter.
For sure. As the bricks continue, after you pass into the bricks, kind of go back into the wall shaping. Turning around, you see there's a man standing at about like 4 feet to about 4.5 feet tall, standing on a barrel
Mhm.
to have his face where the little hole is. You see his features are so like frail and scrawny, and he's got like this absolute matted as shit fur, these two extremely long teeth out in the front of his face. Kind of looks to you and you see an elongated nose as this rat-like figure
Yep.
is looking at you. He goes, "Stop looking at me!"
Well, then, how am I supposed to address you?
"You don't." And then he leans back towards the he puts like his ear up to the crack in the wall.
Okay, well, I'll see you on the way out, and then I'll start walking past him.
As you kind of walk past, you just hear like him just like chittering and like muttering underneath his breath, just like the randomest shit.
Hmm.
As you make your way down, you finally enter this kind of very dimly lit area that has like an old kind of like wooden door frame to it. Um, as you kind of get close to it, the door actually opens before you, and you see Larrick standing there. Goes,
Mm.
"Come on and don't mind him. He's a fucking weirdo." As
Seems like it. Just keep following.
he shuts the door behind you, and you are met with this very like you played Skyrim, right?
Yeah,
It's similar to the
under Riften.
yeah,
Yeah, the rat
where the
ways.
thieves guild, like where the thieves guild kind of reside to as well.
That's
It's
exactly
just
where my mind was going.
it's this very kind of like open concept sewer area. There's small little channels of running water underneath. Some tables are scattered around with a litany of different people. Some of ogre variety, human elves, a couple of dwarves here or there. You even see a gith just kind of off to the very back, kind of like just like poking at the table with like his knife and just kind of carving little things into it with a half elf person by their side.
Hmm.
Some of these people are in their wear forms in hybrid. So you see, like, the ogre has like some of the fangs that like a werewolf would have. Some people are in like a hybrid form of the were boar, where like their head is kind of slightly larger, and they have this snout kind of coming forward, but not fully. Until Lair kind of like takes you around some of the groups here or there, and eventually you see. Let me quickly grab them. You see the familiar faces of the 3 people that helped you escape earlier.
Hmm.
You see Nyx. You see Nasir. And you see Mina. The wood elven man, the ogre, and the drow. You see the 3 of them are all kind of sitting at this table, and Nyx kind of like looks to you and gestures to a seat in front of her.
Yeah, I'll sit down.
You see she kind of like passes you a mug that almost looks like it's been kind of sitting there for a little bit. Some of the froth from what could be assumed to be liquor has kind of like settled down a little bit. She just hands it to you and goes, "Drink up, you're amongst friends."
Yes, what is it? Hard liquor or lager?
It's a special kind of beer that we brew down here personally.
You guys don't happen to have any Michael's Soft down here, do you?
Oh, you see, you see the elven man just kind of like stands up and goes, "I haven't drank that in ages."
No, it's not a thing. You don't make this
Yeah.
a
It's a thing.
You see Nyx kind of like settle down into her seat. She kind of like leans back. One of her arms goes across like on the armrest of the chair. Larrick has mentioned that you are potentially looking for some assistance with your gift of sorts.
Well, perhaps. First off, I kind of wanted to come and say thank you for getting me out of there. Um, Secondly, I would like to offer my assistance. And thirdly, I would like to ask for a favor.
You offer assistance and then a favor?
Well, I think it's only fair. I owe you one.
I like the way you structure asking for a favor. That was smart. What exactly can we do for you?
Well, I would like to potentially find an instrument that can wound me as a lichen. I'm in the works of building a ceremonious dagger of sorts that can carve um, my skin as a lichen, but I don't know if it'll be enough just the silver on its own.
As you say silver, you see pretty much everybody in the area kind of stop and like turn their eyes towards you for a single moment.
Hmm.
You see Nyx kind of like looks around and just kind of waves off her hand. Everybody kind of like goes back to what they were drinking and kind of chatting about. So you're looking to wound yourself with this. And you see she kind of like stops for a moment, becomes a little more erratic. You're looking to wound yourself with this type of ceremonial weaponry of sort that you say? Are we looking for a specific type? Are we looking for a blunt instrument, sharp? Are we looking for a cage?
Something sharp, and I was hoping that it could be a situation that we could solve both our problems at the same time. Say, maybe there's some lichen hunters that wield a weapon that you may fear. I go take them out. We bring that weapon back. We turn it into this dagger, and then once I'm done using it, we get rid of it for good.
You see she kind of like stops for a moment and kind of like looks down at the table. She then turns to Mina, and you see Mina. It hasn't really been noticed because when you were trying to escape, it was dimly lit in the sewers and such like that. But you notice that there's almost like a clamp mark towards her left shoulder
Mm,
that looks like it just hasn't healed. But it looks old.
yeah.
You see Mina kind of like stances up a little bit and kind of like puts her jacket like overneath it. Um, Nyx kind of looks to you. Now that you mention it, there is a device of sorts that has been used on us over the last few years. We've lost a couple people to it. Mina barely scraped by. There is a group of hunters, a pack of. You see, she kind of like looks over to the table that had the gith at it, and you see she kind of leans forward and whispers more. She goes, "There is a pair of gith twins out in the Strixlands that are hunting people like us for sport. We've gotten a few accounts of this device they use. Mina said that when it clamped onto her shoulders, it was almost as if the life had been sucked out of her and she could barely move.
Mm.
I don't know their names, but I do know that they bear paring scars along their jaw. Going from here, as she points to the left side of her lip, going straight down. From their lip, past their chin, straight down through to the neck. They are a pair of scars. They are the exact same spot. As the only physical appearance indicator that I have. Other than the fact that if they catch you in your lichen form, hybrid, or true, they will more than likely attack you on the spot, and you'll know then for sure. But these twins, they must be taken care of.
I'm willing to do that. I think it will be to both our benefits. Back to the things that I will need. I'll also need to use this hideout for my ceremony. There's not many other places I can think of that can host a lichen and maybe even contain me. I worry that during it I could either lose control, or I would like to be somewhere where no one can really intervene, and if possible I can have capable defenses with all these lichens nearby. I feel this would be a good place.
Is this a cure? Is this some sort of secondary cure?
Not a cure to this curse, no. Um, I am out to seal away a demonic entity within the lycanthrope form.
I have never heard of such a thing being done. Are you certain that this device is going to accomplish that?
No, I'm not. Um,
What's your plan B? I'd
there
rather not.
is.
I'd rather not have a demonic entity within a safe space for our kind.
Oh, no, no, no. The demonic entity isn't going to be here. This is just where I'm going to perform the ceremony to create the seal on myself. I will go handle the demonic entity out, out of here. I just need a safe space to transform
Conduct
where
it.
no one will intervene.
I believe we can do that. Larrick, you've been a part of our kin for a few years now. You brought him in. Do you trust this, Sorry, you said your name was again.
Sonnet.
And you trust Sonnet? You see Larrick kind of like looks to you. I've only just met him. But if I were to be completely honest, him and his entire group of people in their entirety seem alright. I feel like you can
That's
trust them with this. And you see Nyx gives him a small little nod. We have a deal. You see she kind of reaches her hand out to you.
I'll reach my hand out as well.
As she breaks it for a little moment, you see she kind of like twitches a little bit, and you can see some fur begin to kind of like manifest itself a little bit on her end. You actually recognize this fur to be of were-tiger descent as well.
Mhm.
Hence why you feel she could tell while you were in the prison with her. She kind of like twitches a little bit and it goes back to normal. Sorry, I don't exactly have full control over mine either yet. Is there any preparations that need to be made before this happens?
If we can find a spot to restrain me, either it be shackles or anything where I can't fight back while the ritual is being performed, um, that would be best.
I shall make it so that it is done. We'll get some preparations. I won't prepare this spot until the weapon is here.
Hmm.
But you have my honor that even with some time being taken to get this delivery to us, that this space will not be prepared or used for anything otherwise until so. Whether you say that you cannot complete your task or we go forth.
Understood. Thank you for taking the time to see me.
You see she kind of like stands up from her seat. Myself, Mina, and Nasir will be keeping a bit of a watch. I hope that's under not exactly against in no disrespectful manner of sorts. You are new here, and as much as Larrick trusts you, we still have to take our own precautionary methods just to be certain. I did happen to hear why your group was in the prison in the first place, and it doesn't exactly bode you as a friendly citizen right away.
Understood. I prefer a smart friend rather than a trusting friend, so
You see, she gets like this small little smile. I agree with that sentiment. For now, you may take a rest here if you'd like. We've got a couple of free beds, but most of the night has been occupied. You may feel free to leave if you wish, but we shall be here.
I kind of look down to my drink that's now like empty. And where do I get more of
You see, she kind of like sighs a little bit and like looks over to the bar. She's got like this very like half energied point, and you see there is another were rat. This one has like teeth that are like slightly crooked and bent apart.
Mm.
He had a brother. They both got infected at the same time. We wish they'd cure it. We so wish they'd cure it. But they
Well,
make good drinks.
yes, and I think good drink, and I'm hoping decent company. I'm going to stay the night here. I'm going to see if I can uh, at least get to know some of the people here.
Of course. She kind of raises her tanker and goes, oh my gosh, kin of the underground. Welcome our newest member of the pact. To Sonnet, as she raises her cup, and you see a lot of people kind of raise theirs and say in unison to Sonnet before they all take a giant drink and then go back to their business.
Nice.
And from there, say kind of like spend your night kind of drinking, meeting some of the others, getting to know some of the people and such, getting a lay of the land of the actual hideout itself.
Yeah.
And we shall come back to Mabel and Bonelia. Getting quite late at night. You know that if you don't go to rest relatively soon, you're gonna not get a full rest here. But throughout your searching, Bonilla, you happen to find a identify scroll,
Hell
and
yeah.
Mabel,
Mm-hmm.
I want you to roll 3d6 for me, and just tell me what the number is on each of those dice. Don't tell me the total.
The first one is 2.
Is a 2, okay?
The
So,
second is
hang
a
on, just give me 1 second. So, you're gonna want to write this down.
okay.
The first scroll that you happen to come across that is eligible enough for you to use is a spell called Spike Growth. It is from the Druid and Ranger class. Tell me
Mhm.
your second roll.
1.
Okay. The second scroll that you happen to come across that is eligible enough is See Invisibility.
Okay.
And then
And
give me the final one.
another 2.
Another 2. You find a scroll for invisibility. Just a singular one.
Bro. Okay.
Bruh.
You see, these were like the main ones that were moderately okay and legible enough that you
Mhm.
could potentially cast them. But you can add those to your inventory. The only ones that you can actually physically add to your spellbook are the ones that are within your Divination Wizard class. But the ones that are not within it, get free usage of them until you get the one free usage of it.
I have half of these already, but appreciate it nonetheless.
Apologies, I used a generator.
Yep.
um yeah, okay. If Bonilia has found kind of what we might need, I will turn to her. Attempt to use it.
Sure.
I think so.
Um, so the two of you work together and use the Identify scroll. You can tell the scroll has a arcane lock of sorts on it. You can tell that the 4 spaces that are left empty are for specific number combinations. You can tell like Dispersed Magic might work on it, but without a spellcasting focus, it's a little hard. I will get Bonelia
Mhm.
to make a history check for me.
That's a 7.
A 7.
Yeah.
Going back through, knowing that there was a page missing from that page that you found that's kind of ineligible. You do get you don't exactly know where this combination could come from, but you do get a sensation that whatever the combination could be for this probably isn't too far away. Like you would imagine that people who put this kind of lock on it would keep the answer to it not too far for safety purposes.
Okay.
And that is unfortunately all that you get.
Yeah.
With that, the night growing very, very late, get a sensation that if you don't rest now, you're hardly going to get rest at all. So I'll ask Mabel and Bonelia, is there anywhere that you stay for the night? Do you try to find anywhere? Or do you just kind of stay up all night and not get rest at all?
Oof. Yeah, I think at least for Mabel, she'll try and read through as many books as she can, as many documents. Keeping the stuff that they've taken and will probably steal.
Yep.
She's a criminal
Which,
now.
if you intend to leave the library with the pieces of paper, you will have to do either a sleight of hand or a sneak as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not gonna bode well for us.
Yeah. And then I guess
We pulling an all-nighter?
I'm just worried about my slots.
If you choose to not sleep during a long rest, do you get the benefits of a long rest and a point of exhaustion? Or is it just no benefits at all?
Let me see.
Because I could have sworn it's just you get a point of exhaustion, but you get your slots and everything back.
Some people do it for just a level of exhaustion. Some people do a long rest with the level of exhaustion. It's up to kind of DM discretion, is what I'm seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So what you want to do?
I don't know what you want to bribe me with.
My love and affection.
Oh, that's so sweet of you.
Anyways, Dunks.
Yeah.
We'll say you get we'll say if you're gonna pull a full night
Mm-hmm.
type deal. Let me quickly see here.
And mind you, only 4 hours is really affecting her. The rest is fine.
True.
True.
I'm gonna say
Cause I'll do it.
because you'd be staying up since the previous day. I'm gonna say
See?
that if you want to, the two of you will take 2 levels of exhaustion. So all that is just disadvantage on ability checks, and then your speed is halved. But that is it.
But we're only staying up the one night though, so
You'd be staying
How
up
is
for
that?
a full 24-hour cycle.
But then wouldn't the one night though just be 1 point of exhaustion? Like why is that 2?
Because long rests are 8 hours.
4 for me.
Oh, that's right, because you get to do half because you're tranced.
Also, only
and-
4 for me.
Yeah, Bonelia technically doesn't even
Same
sleep.
benefit? What the
Yeah.
She doesn't
the
sleep.
fuck?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, then
It's
sure,
just one.
we'll do just the 1 level.
Hell yeah.
Then I will do that. And before we cut
And I'm
to
gonna go to
whatever,
sleep. Good night.
So long and farewell.
before we cut to whatever we cut to, I would like to cast a message.
Sure.
And also, I was joking. I'm gonna stay up all night. Obviously.
Okay. So
I'd like
disadvantage
to-
on ability checks is all that you have for
Yeah.
the next day until your next long
Cool,
rest.
cool, cool.
Okay.
That's rough.
Don't miss the next one though, otherwise you'll have speed halved as well.
Oh no. Yeah. So I'd like to cast a message to Lyric.
Till Eric, okay, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna say, hi, this is Mabel. Make sure Sonnet sleeps. Watch over him, please. And that is it. Hopefully he's not freaked out by magic, but we'll see.
You get a response back. You just hear him like slightly like buzz, just going, "Oh, he's fitting in great. He's fitting in lovely." And that's all that you get.
Yeah. I won't push. I'll be like, okay. That is all.
For sure. So you guys are just staying awake the whole time in the library?
Yep.
Yeah, if there's anything else we can glean from this stuff, anything that you have that you're willing to part with, otherwise.
We'll say that if you want to, the both of you could try to figure what's going on with the arcane lock again. You can't do like identify on it again because the scroll was used, but you can attempt to do the history check again, but it would be at disadvantage this time.
I'll do it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
While
history.
you guys spend the rest of your night just combing through trying to figure out what potentially this lock is. Yeah, make a history check with disadvantage.
I have a question for Mabel,
Yeah.
Natalie.
Oh, for Mabel.
Yes.
Yeah, do you have minor illusion?
No.
Oh, okay.
But I also don't have my spell book, so even if I did.
Oh, right. Well,
Yeah. Mine was not
Mind
bad.
you, yeah,
I have an 18.
an 18. Okay.
Mm.
I will also say, Bonelia, you still have your potion on you. They just took any weapons and spellcasting focus.
I know, but I only have 1 potion.
Okay. I just thought I'd reiterate just in case. With an 18, you kind of quickly combing through the books that you've had with you kind of just around, make a slight correlation to the fact that there are 4 things missing, and on one of the notes you read earlier, there were troop numbers.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah.
But that's
That was a given. Okay. I'm on the right track. Yep. It's fine. We're good.
okay.
Cool.
With that, we'll kind of press on, unless you wanted to attempt to solve it right then and there.
No, we can press on, but instead of actually stealing this, if I could spend some time just kind of writing it all on a scrap piece of paper and taking that instead.
For sure, yeah, you can write down every note that you have, with the exception of the illegible one, because you can't really read it.
Oh yeah, I should probably steal that one anyway. All right, never mind.
Okay.
All is good.
So are you attempting to steal just the one? Because you're marking down everything else from the other ones, I imagine.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, you kind of put the one that was in that display case just kind of inside your coat, and it's kind of like a pocket. And after a while, you kind of see the sun begin to rise. Sonnet, before we move on to the morning, Alaric's going to be kind of up, like drinking, chatting with some of the people for most of the night. He's only going to be taking like a short rest. Do you follow suit with him, or do you do a full?
Like a short rest.
So that is
Like
just you don't get spell slots back. You just roll your hit dice and get some health back.
right. Yeah, no, I'll do like a full.
Okay, just to make sure, because otherwise, just because of what Laric's doing as well.
Yeah.
With that, the day begins anew.
Lascivious just looks at Michaelis and goes, "Good luck falling asleep on the bench," and just instantly falls asleep.
The morning awakes, and let me quickly just find.
I'm in a crescent moon shape. Just like,
And while I
Can we take a
search,
quick
we're actually-
pause?
We're gonna take a break.
Can we take a quick pause, please? I need to go to the washroom. All right.
Yeah, we're gonna take a break here.
All
Okay.
right. Recording back on.
aha.
Coolio. The morning arises as the sun kind of comes through. Begin hearing the everyday goings of the city of Kane. You hear carriages being pulled out the streets. You hear the clanks of armor from different guards kind of moving throughout their posts. Creatures and people kind of going to and from works, buildings, farms, things like that. Sonnet, when you awaken from your rest,
How many bitches do I have to my right, and how many bitches do I have to my left?
Larry is the little spoon
Just
on your
Dare
right.
you.
fucking Natalie's reaction. That was so good.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you kind of wake up. A lot of the people that were in beds in kind of like the generalized sleeping area that you went to are mostly gone. You see a couple of people from the same night before. You see Lyric kind of like, as you kind of get up and get ready to go for your day, you see Lyric kind of like putting on just like this small little bit of like padded clothing, not necessarily armor, but you see he's kind of like getting ready and trying to look as professional as he can. Looks to you. Morning.
Morning. That was fun.
I'm glad you fit in with the pack. It's some people are not as easy coming into a group like this.
Yeah, I can imagine being like us. I feel like we understand when we don't fit in, so it's nice to find a group of people that get it.
It's very true. You play good music, by the way.
Oh, thank you. It's usually depressing, but lively tune to it.
Every now and then, a somber tale, a somber melody goes well. Some people just want to be calm and just let life affect them. But today's not that day. Hopefully we can get a pardon, eh?
I am hoping so as well. I honestly, I don't really know what to expect. Have you ever been to one of these trials or heard of these trials?
I'm afraid not. I've never taken part of any of them, personally. Because if I get in trouble, typically it's Mark Rawl I deal with. And I can't imagine that Sara's gonna be worse than Mark Rawl.
So, nothing to worry about then, hey?
I'd imagine not. We'll talk
I'm
to her.
assuming that once you get home, you'll still have to deal with Magro.
Potentially, if she finds out that I was arrested.
Ah, I see. So we'll keep it. Shh.
We'll try. We'll see how Sara feels in explaining that to her when she comes for the meeting in a couple of days.
Well, maybe we can do some persuading, but maybe we should just focus on getting pardoned. Shouldn't push our luck.
Exactly. As you see, he kind of like finishes getting ready. Do you just follow him outwards into the streets as well?
Yeah.
For sure. As you guys kind of make your way through, you see Nick's kind of off, just quickly kind of like tending to the bar a little bit. She's got a couple of other people, she's kind of like putting away some of the supplies for the day. You can see that she's very kind of hands-on with the pack. She helps with practically everything in there. She can really tell that she has like this group of people really look up to her in this kind of manner. Mina and Nasir are also kind of like helping about here with bits and bobs. They just kind of give you a small nod as you and Lyric make your way through. Going to the exit, you see that the crooked tooth were rat this time is there instead of the one with the straight teeth. He just kind of looks to you. Oh, you're leaving? Leaving so soon, huh?
Yeah, well, the city calls for us. Don't worry, we'll be back to drink a couple more.
Hopefully so. You play some lovely music. My brother loved it. As he just kind of like does like this small little scratch type motion to the wall, and the bricks begin to make way for the two of you to go through.
Hmm.
You guys manage to kind of like just wait a couple moments to see where the people are kind of coming from before eventually the two of you make your way out without really getting noticed too much. Kind of make your way through the streets. Lair goes kind of like just kind of gestures to you. I'm gonna quickly make a quick stop. I will meet you and your group at the prison there in a couple of minutes.
Do you want me to accompany you? It's no trouble.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm just sending off a letter to my family, so making
Are
sure everything's
they
all right.
are they back back at the port as well? Or
No,
are they elsewhere?
I'm actually not from here originally. I've got family throughout all of Vasilis, but I've got some family there off in Lachelle, the poor continent. Just
Oh.
writing to make sure they're doing okay.
Oh, yeah. I guess we're both from far out places, but yeah, I can meet you at the prison.
Of course. Try not to leave without me, preferably.
We won't unless we're being dragged by chain.
Then you don't really have a choice.
No.
And he kind of makes his way off. You see, he's got like a little bit of a hopefulness into his step as he kind of goes. Lascivious and Michaelis, you two are awoken roughly by this loud clanging against your guys' cell door.
Oh.
As you see Warden Harrison kind of standing there. Just going, are you guys ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Yep.
Actually, Harrison,
Yes.
are there other the outside? Are there other guards around, or is it just Harrison at the moment?
You see, there's like two like kind of traditional guards. Like they look like nobodies.
I just look at Harrison and go, a word if you don't mind,
Privately?
if that's all right.
You see, he kind of like looks to the two guards and gestures for them, and they make their way off.
I was hoping if I could ask for a favor.
Depending on the need.
So I have reason to, well, I'm under the suspicion that the body was dead before our interaction. And I want to request a autopsy be done. Because if the body was dead before we were involved, then would more or less prove our innocence. But given circumstances and our situation, part of me has a feeling that there's going to be maybe some silly business going on. So I was just wondering if you would do me the courtesy of personally overseeing the autopsy or getting involved in it yourself and vouching for me.
I will. Well, that's not too bad. They were doing an autopsy this morning.
We would like a second opinion as well.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why I'm asking him.
I can go down and make sure things are fine. I'll send my own crew if that satiates.
If you could personally do it, if there's
That's
a
what I
chance.
mean.
Okay.
I'll send them with me.
Right.
Is what I'm mean.
Okay. Yeah, no, that alleviates a lot, actually. I appreciate it. I will not forget this.
Of course, but for now,
Time to go. I just stand up and I let him do whatever he needs to do.
yeah.
I must say, tell the warden, as well. When we are being transported to the trial, do remember to bring my sword with one of your guards.
Yes, I had a quick question about that.
Did something happen?
Nothing too crazy, but there was apparently a ruckus in the storage room that your soul was being held. Almost like a raccoon or a bear went through and started ravaging supplies. Things were broken, scattered about.
I'm guessing the sword was the closest wall to me.
It was embedded in one of the stone walls.
Hmm. Yeah, it does that. So yeah, as long as you keep it by my side, like I don't have to personally carry it, but I don't necessarily understand the magic of it. It's just it's stuck to me. If I go too far from it, it will literally fling itself towards me because it needs to be by my side.
I will ensure that some people are walking it in your vicinity, but you have to understand it cannot be directly by your person.
You could even
Of
tie him
course.
up to like a portable gurney or something, just to show that he is bound and can't do anything.
Am I
with it.
fucking Hannibal Lecter? Like,
Who's that?
Who's that?
oh, yeah.
That's an
Sorry.
odd reference.
Regardless,
Am I a psychopath? It's like-
I
Maybe.
will ensure that your weaponry is nearby, but you must understand from my perspective that we cannot have it on your person.
No, of course. I will say, even with it being close to me, it's been, I think, ever since I've been around in Ecrium and such, it's been acting more, how should I say this? Erratic. So it might try to leap from your guard's hand. So I would have your guard have the utmost caution that it might try to jolt from him.
It's a complicated
will-
mess.
Apparently,
It's
I
a
will
magical item mumbo jumbo bullshit. So I'm sorry, I don't understand it completely, but is this what it is?
I will inform the transport team.
Thank you.
Regardless, he unlocks the door, kind of opens it out. You see, he has some guards come back, and they put you into double lockets now, basically ensuring that the other lock that you didn't have on you. So for Michaelis, you didn't have any magical ones on you. Now you do. And Lascivious, for strength-wise, you also now have strength ones.
So I'm
you're-
fully decked out with
so-
like 3 things.
Yeah. So
Okay.
also, that means that until those cuffs come off, your strength is -6.
Yeah, so I'm just like permanently like restrict. I can't do anything. That's fine.
So mine's
I
-6
put
as
myself
well?
in here, so
Yes. yours is -6 as well.
Well, I'm only at a 14 now, so.
Oh yeah.
I'm just mid now.
You see he comes by and kind of brings you out one by one. They hand you this. You're still able to like move your arms like up and down to like bring things to yourselves, but your your arms are practically like this.
Oh, it's this close. I thought it was like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was like this.
Well, I mean, they gave you enough so you can actually like move and stuff like that, but just not enough that you can freely like
I thought it was just like this with a straight bar between the cuffs, so it's like
yes,
solid.
but these now they're doing multiple to you. Your
Oh, so
arms
it's
are put
closer
together.
bindings. Okay.
Yes.
So that's
I
weird.
feel like I'm in
They
pajamas.
They give you like some brief like a breakfast type burrito type thing, just real basic food, hardly
Oh,
any
sick.
seasonings.
This
to
is
it, just
surprisingly
water.
good.
Just go like this. Like, this is pretty good. I don't like how that was positioned. No.
Yeah.
With that, they
If it was a setup.
Oh, good one, guys. Hey, good one, guys.
Walker had it. Walker had it set up from
Firmly
the beginning.
grasp the burrito.
Oh, these guards are fucking ball busters, man.
They bring you outside, and you see Sonic kind of come up to you with a little bit of time. Sonic, they put you into these handcuffs as well after getting yourself kind of settled in.
Oh, we're all going
just
in.
for safety
Alright.
precaution. After a little while, Mabel and Bonelia, having stayed up all night in this library, you kind of get this sensation that probably time to get moving. As you hear the city kind of come to life. Who's sneaking the stroll out?
I would assume Bonelia, and then I can distract the librarian once more.
Yeah, that's probably me sneaking it.
Yeah.
Is Bonelia human again?
No, but
No.
we'll
Make another
say that
potion.
you've. Do you want to attempt something before, or do you just want to drink your potion?
Oh,
I-
my invisibility one if we want. Oh, how long?
No,
How
she
long
needs
does
to be
that
there.
last?
She needs to be there. It lasts for an hour.
Invisibility lasts for an hour, but she would not be there, and then it would eventually give way.
She needs it for the trial anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna wear my gloves and have my hood up.
Okay. So you're just gonna attempt to kind of like conceal yourself completely from the public.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll have you do. You can either have a choice of stealth or sleight of hand for hiding the parchment for leaving, because everything else is staying. But that one obviously we'll have to make a check for. And remember, you're
Yeah.
doing it at disadvantage, so pick wisely.
Stealth it is.
If I help by distracting the librarian, can
She
I
could
even
roll
that
at
out?
Yeah, you could.
Well, she already has advantage. I don't know.
No, she. Oh, so hers is actually already evened out because she gets advantage on stealth rolls.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it wouldn't. Yeah.
Okay, well I rolled 2 dice, so
Well, pick whatever one is the highest.
alright, sick. That's a 21.
Cool. Managing to kind of like slip it into like the inside pocket of your coat. You kind of like put the hood up, put the gloves on, just kind of keep yourself as like closely and concealed as possible. The two of you make your way out. The older elderly elven woman kind of like just waves you off. Have a wonderful day, as she kind of like looks to you, a little surprised that you guys stayed there for the entire night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you can see, like, Mabel normally has a bit of baggage under her eyes from her stuff anyway, but maybe a little more today. But she's like, wow, I got to spend time in a library. That was pretty cool. So she's like, yeah, thank you so much. Have a great day. And she'll leave.
Of course. Yeah, after she kind of waves you off this slight bit of confusion. Everybody, after a little bit of time, eventually kind of makes their way to the front of the prison. Now just so you're aware, camera came up and it's gonna.
I know. I pressed the wrong button. Oops.
Okay. Everybody comes back to the prison. They put you guys into your cuffs, so your arms are all together. After about a couple of minutes or so after the group has come back, Lyric has come by as well. You see he's just kind of like sighs and puts his arms together as they cuff him as well. Harrison kind of steps forward for the group. Okay. Now, this can be incredibly easy. We're just going to make our way towards the Capitol building. If we see any kind of a hint of any escape or distractions, I'm afraid we have to use some bit of force. Just know that I apologize for the discomfort, but it is policy. Now, follow me. As he
I have a. Can
makes
I
way.
ask a question?
Yes.
What's your contingency if a third party tries to attack us?
You see, he kind of like looks around, and you see there's about a group of 6 to 8 soldiers just kind of walking, just about maybe 5 to 7 feet away from you guys, kind of like in this formation, just to kind of acting as if they're like a an escort, but they're also trying their best not to make a big deal out of your group going forward. It was in the event of a third party strike, I have a team. You will be fine.
All right.
Good enough.
And he begins to lead the group. Along this way, Mabel,
Hmm.
as the group is kind of making your way through, you begin to get this headache, this very small kind of migraine. And as you do, I would like for you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
At disadvantage. Wonderful.
It evens out because you took lessons on controlling this with Cheshire.
Thank you. Well, I mean, it's not one, so I just.
Oh,
Wait, if she did you? Is that mean that she like? Were you implying that it flattens out and she gets to roll 1 like flat?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Oh.
one flat roll.
Okay.
So she
okay.
normally gets
So-
advantage because Cheshire helped her, but now she gets disadvantage. Oh, this is a saving throw, so you wouldn't actually get disadvantage on it because it's ability checks, not saving throws.
Yeah.
So she would get advantage on this then.
Yes,
So you can roll again.
because it's just ability checks. Saving throws, I believe, are their own
Yeah.
separate thing
Yeah.
on exhaustion.
Yeah, they're
So that's a 3.
Also, not great.
No.
This migraine kind of rings through your head. I don't know why it's heads. This migraine kind of rings through, and it's just like it's very reminiscent of what would happen when you normally trance. Only it feels more contained, even with such a low roll to it. Your eyes don't flash white, but as you're kind of looking around, you see this small trace of this white aura, like something had kind of passed through and left a trail. It goes throughout the city in multiple different ways. It's almost like roots of a tree that kind of intertwine themselves. But your eyes, they go back after a little while. The migraine kind of passes, and the threads have kind of dissipated out into thin air again. But no visions or anything like that. But the traces, you can definitely tell that whatever something has interacted with the Banishment Realm has very vividly gone through here
Mhm.
multiple times.
Can I sort of make out like what direction, even though I don't really know the place?
It's hard to say because there's multiple threads kind of going through. It looks like whatever this thing is has been through here multiple times, so it's hard to say where the most recent trek has been. If you'd like, you can make an Arcana check, but I don't really think it's gonna help you discern all that much.
Then I'll pass. I'm good with that.
Okay. Also, Bonelia, as you are making your way with the group as well, you hear Ashanta in your head. She speaks up, having not really spoken for a while. Bonelia, I sense something not too far off. Are you going to be occupied in the near future?
yes.
To the north, I can sense a great entity coming close to its end. And as my champion, I'm going to need you help this entity through that process.
Now?
You... Not right now. There's still some time. But I feel the sands of time slipping. If you find yourself going north in the near future, we will discuss more.
Question.
Oh.
Yes.
Are shackles on Bonelia?
Well, she's got the gloves and the thing, so...
But would they have been up in her face putting the stuff
No,
on?
because they're doing arms.
Would they have felt bone?
They are doing arms.
I'm just trying to make sure. That's all.
It's fine. Also, because I forgot.
Well,
Did she not? She didn't potion?
Just stop talking, stop mentioning it. It's
Okay,
fine.
so
Don't bring it up.
have to be fair.
I appreciate it, but tattletale.
I have to be fair. That's all.
But she just has the things on, same thing. With these, also, it was just Harrison putting these on, so I mean, for sake of convenience, he wasn't paying too much attention. He was just putting them on her arms.
Okay.
And anyway, bad timing for that, Michael. Danica, do you have anything in response to it?
I just say okay.
Okay. Your group kind of continues to move forward. Eventually, you go past the inner walls, kind of open up towards you, or open up to let you into the actual the intersection of the city of Kane. There's far less active people around. Lots of less. Oh my gosh, that doesn't make sense. Less groups of people in large surroundings. So the smaller market stands are even smaller now. You see people just kind of like buffing armor. You see there's a small building off to the left side that looks to be kind of like almost like a training ground. You see some people kind of like sharpening weapons and using them against dummies and such like that. Archers kind of preparing things like that. Until you come up to this very large stonework building with wooden canopies kind of going up at the top and giving some shade to the lower areas. You see Harrison kind of stops, goes to the door, bangs on it 3 times, and it begins to creak open into a wider open space. You see it's a small kind of like entranceway until it goes into a very large open area with some areas with a kind of like balcony type section up on top. There is a table in the center of the room with a a fireplace off to the left side, as well as some trophy heads mounted to the wall on the right. As you guys enter the war room, you see Sarah sitting at the head of this round table, just kind of marking out some things. You see she's moving some figures off to the side of this map of Ecrium. And Bonelia, you see some familiar faces at her side. Off to her left, kind of pointing to a smaller section of islands, you see Need-Eye.
Oh my god.
You see
oh my god.
behind, just kind of like leaning against a chair, kind of like gesturing off to a section up into the farther northern spot. And you see so far in behind her, just kind of like with his mouth shut, looking like he looks like he has that face when someone has been offering suggestions far too many times and someone has just shut them up because they've all been all bad suggestions. So he's got this kind of like a terribly disgruntled face on him. As you all enter the room, you see Sarah kind of look up from the table. She sees Harrison bring the 6 of you in. And you see there's a bit of a surprise, but it's a welcomed surprise look on her. She kind of stands up from her table. She goes, Harrison, when you told me the 6 names, I was skeptical about 5 of them. Would you please uncuff my visitors? You see Harrison kind of turns around. Yes, my lady. And you see he goes and undoes each of your cuffs. Going to each of you, just kind of like quickly jacking them through. And all of your stats back. Magic is flowing through you again. You still don't have your focuses, unfortunately.
Don't need.
Um,
Invisible. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You fuck.
and he goes and he unlocks Larry's as well. Larry kind of like just rubs his wrist and goes, "Thank you." Sarah and the 3 behind her kind of like stand up. You see Nidai so far and behind look directly to Bonelia, and you see they have this almost look of like nervousness and stunned to them, like they're scared to say a word. Harrison finishes unlocking with Bonelia being the last one. He kind of clicks it, pulls back, and he stops for a moment, and then continues. Anything else? No, you are not needed for this. Thank you. I will get to. I will go get the results from the autopsy, my lady, and I will be back in roughly about 10 minutes. Yes, please. And gestures him off. You see Nidai so far and behind kind of like look to Sarah. And Sarah kind of like looks to Bonelia where she is. And goes, you 3 don't need to stress. I already know where she is. Because going back to Bonelia, you are free to pull down your hood in this area as the doors kind of shut behind you, putting the now 10 of you in this room. Although it is up to you because Larrick is still in the room.
I glance over at Lyric, and then I pull my hood down.
Shit.
You see Larrick is kind of like staring forward, and then as you kind of pull your hood down to reveal yourself, you see Larrick kind of like looks, and as the hood finally goes down and your full skeletal figure is kind of revealed, you just see him sigh. I fucking knew this group was weird.
I let out a little sigh of relief at that.
You see he kind of like puts his hands onto his hips and just kind of exhales very long. Lady, why is an undead construct amongst this group? I beg for forgiveness to your group, but you have to understand this is quite taboo in our nation.
Trust me, Lyric, I know that. When I first met her, I was initially skeptical too, but she's proven to be more than what you call an undead construct. She's a friend. She's unaffiliated with the necromancers here. Completely separate.
Lyric looks to you, Sana.
Mhm.
He just kind of looks at you and looks to Bonelia and kind of gives you like this, like a little bit of a confusion look.
She's not a construct and also not from here, so she's actually been a lot more she's made choices that make her seem a lot more live than the rest of us, if I'm being quite honest.
You see that he just kind of like leans back. That's strangely profound. And and looks forward. If I trust them, my lady, I trust them. And you see Sarah kind of like nods her head. Well, it's good. We still don't want that spreading around, so Larrick, if you do not mind, don't go just saying there's an undead construct in our midst. Whatever you say. Now, what happened? The five of you explain. What happened? A guard was slaughtered in broad daylight outside of my city. When I saw your names on my list for the trial this morning, I was, like I mentioned before, quite skeptical. Because you five were in Orlais last time I had heard of you. So what happened? Why are you slaughtering my guards in front of my city?
Well, not that this is why we slaughtered the guards, but Lolth has taken over Orlais, and we are refugees of sorts, and here to try and gather arms before heading back. Um, as far as the dead body outside of the city, um, there is this. I am being targeted by some entity, and it took hold just outside of the city. It was, well, to be honest, I feel it's kind of my fault.
With being targeted, are you saying this entity is within my city now?
I could only assume. Ever since I've been here, I keep seeing like visions of it. And so it's either within your city or within myself, but I'm sure that he has made its way out of me. So I'm assuming the latter.
You see, she sits back down into her seat. She gestures to the chairs in front. Make yourself comfortable, please.
I hesitate. I wait for the rest to move.
I stay standing. I kind of like lean against something.
I'm gonna go and sit directly across from Sarah.
Mabel
I'll sit.
and Bonelia.
Yeah, I said.
Lyric also sits down. In fact, he sits down beside Bonelia, just trying to essentially he's trying to make himself more comfortable with the situation. Sarah kind of leans back into her chair. So a demonic entity, or an entity of some sort, has targeted you, and this had to do with my god how? Were they possessed? Was this an outright mercy killing because of a possession? I need details here. I cannot simply
It
pardon you without a full explanation.
Well, it seemed like I originally thought that I may have been overcome with something. It looked like the entity that was approaching me, but then time was frozen, and then it started to hurt my friends, and they sustained real damage. It was really happening. Um, and it was what I felt was a defense of my friends. Um, And then once we had finished, things reverted, and he was in front of us, and well, in the same manner that you all found him in.
Larrick, can you accompany this story? I I came to in the aftermath, Zara. I trust them in the story that they say. I believe that something not exactly normal was happening here, but I don't exactly know the full details. But I can guarantee you that none of these people would hurt your city guards. She kind of puts herself into a bit more of an upright position. All right. You see, she pulls out a small kind of like a notebook of herself, and you see she flips through a couple pages until she reaches one, and you see her mutter some incantations underneath her breath. And whoever would like to, she's casting Zone of Truth, and you can either choose to fail it or you can attempt to resist it by succeeding a Wisdom saving throw.
I fail.
I fail.
I will fail.
Phil.
What's your plan against a wolf?
Yeah, I'll fail.
Okay. So at this very moment, no matter what question she asks, you have to say the absolute truth. Goes to each of you, looks to you, each of you individually. I'm just going to do a simple test to make sure that there's no trickery afoot. Your name. As he looks to Larrick. Larrick. Looks to Lascivious. Name.
Lascivious Vaxus.
And then looks to Mabel.
Mabel Magnolia.
Looks to Michaelis.
Michaelis Stone Rose.
Looks to Sonnet.
He looks around, ashamed. Keith. Just kidding. Sonnet. Devlin.
And looks to Bonelia.
Cornelia. Previously, Ophelia Payne.
It's the truth.
Fucking name. That fucking name.
So good.
You see, she looks around and goes, amazing.
Oh, that's so good.
Now that we have established that nobody here isn't who they say they are, let's ask some different questions here. As she looks around to each of you, she sees she's trying to pace out who she wants to ask specific questions to. She looks to Lascivious. How did Orlais fall?
I was not present for the fall because I was dead.
You see, she kind of like is taken aback a little bit. She then looks to Mabel. How did you arrive here?
On a boat that belonged to the queen, who Levira, who is also dead.
She looks to Sonnet. What entity is chasing you?
Tekuin, the demon of the deal.
She looks to Bonelia. Are you under servitude of any higher power towards Ecrium?
I am the champion of Ashanta.
I've never heard of this deity before. What is the name? Or title?
Shanta! Oh my god.
Check.
Can I do a history check? I can't fucking remember.
Yeah. You don't even need to do a history check. It's been a little while. She is acting as Avatar of Death.
Okay, thank you. She is the Avatar of Death.
And she looks to Michaelis. What is the purpose of your visit to Cain?
Michaelis kind of sighs. It's like several reasons. We are here to potentially find allies and get aid in the reclamation of Orlais, and also to find out whether or not you have been compromised by Lolth.
I beg your pardon.
You asked me to say the truth. This is unfiltered. I'm sorry. I apologize.
He also wants to see his mommy. Sorry.
I give fucking daggers to Sonic. I would rephrase that.
You see,
Uh,
she stands up. She has this kind of like almost insulted tone or insulted like body language to her. Was compromised in my own kingdom. Why would I be compromised?
Because you don't remember that I'm your son.
You see, she
Mommy.
Zone of truth, baby. Zone of truth.
she
So the
And
truth
you know I
bombs.
cannot lie.
she takes a singular kind of like step back. She You see, she kind of like looks down to the map of Ecrium and then looks up to you. That's curious. So you see, she looks almost flabbergasted by this. As she kind of like is a little bit like stunned for words. You recall that you mentioned this to her back in Zoar, or not in Zoar specifically,
In the ballroom.
but
Or
back when Adonis was attempting to make Rain his king, after she had left. You attempted
Yanamel.
to speak to this to her before, yes, back at Yanamel. She didn't really even give it the time of day because anybody could lie. But in the moment with the Zone of Truth, you see like almost like this shield of like that can't be true begins to kind of like crack and falter. Who was your father?
Vivaticus Stone, leader of Ecrium, and your husband.
You see, she takes her seat back down, and she had this kind of like proper positioning before, but she's kind of let it ease down. Having this kind of like this vulnerability moment that you haven't seen from her yet. I don't know what to say. She kind of collects herself for a moment and looks to you all. If this is the truth, then you have come at the perfect time. Cain is slipping. And people are believing that I'm the reason that this necromantic effects are coming back. And if what you say is true, then something is going wrong with my nation and I don't know what it is.
You truly don't remember anything with the last 20 years? Like,
No, the last that I heard of a Stone family was they were higher up military personnel that died in the Necromancy War.
what do you mean? Like, so they said that me and my father were killed?
No, that there was never a Stone Rose, that there was just a couple of people in the Stone family that fought during the war, with Vaticus being a higher up who died in one of the final battles, the one that created that craterous lake outside of our city.
Wait, like,
If I
Uh,
may.
go on, maybe. Sorry.
I was in the library last night, and all of the records under the name Stone Rose only come up as Stone and Rose separately. There was only one record about who I think is your father, Michaelis. I found a note that he may have written. Even the records have been messed with.
Sorry, are you talking about like Eason Isle, like the Elf City?
No, not the Isle. You see, she points off to, if you guys would like to really scroll into the Ecrium map, she refers to that little area right there. There's a crater just off to the northeastern,
Of Kane.
northwestern side of Kane. There's a small river formation that leads to a giant kind of lake bed. She kind of points off to that section. From what I heard, everyone with the stone name died in the war that created that crater. One of the final acts in the war before it ended.
I kind of like stand up and like look at the map, and I kind of just like kind of put my hand on it, and I just tell her it's like that final battle was not Vivaticus, that was me. And in that battle, my uh, I lost my people, Deodora Serpe, the special contingent unit. A lot of civilians, but we were able to kill the leader of the necromancers. I killed him, but it cost me everything there. It's what gave me this. And I show her like the scarring of the like the handprint and the
Yeah. You see,
Vivatic and Vivaticus was leading the coalition army defending against the hordes near Kane. My people scouted ahead to try and save as many civilians as possible where it used to be not a lake, but now it is a lake because of the damage that was done.
You see, she kind of like holds her head into her hand. I'm going to need some time on this. But considering the events of what happened in Orlais before I left to come back, and now the zone of truth, I have no reason not to believe you and your story. The 6 of you are currently pardoned, but I can't pardon you without having some kind of service to Ecrium, as is our code. Those who are pardoned must put forth some kind of work for the city. But this will bode well anyway. In order to get full pardonship, I'm going to have you all do a job for me, if that's all right.
What might that be?
What that?
About half a day's travel out of the city. What'd you say?
He was like, "What that?"
I corrected myself.
I know, it's just funny.
About half a day's worth of travel north of the city. We heard rumors of small undead hordes appearing and then going back to being undead and then reappearing, as well as some members wearing uniforms reminiscent of the lead necromancer from the war many years ago. As well, there was a set of armor and a staff that we had in our lockup from the war used by the lead necromancer. That armor went missing about a month and a half ago. This all started affecting
you
the main
arrived.
city around that same point. If you all can go to this location, confirm whether or not this is actual necromantic activity, kill the necromancer and retrieve that armor and staff back, then you'll have full pardonship over the city, and it may be tough, but I can almost guarantee that your friend Bonelia can wander the city freely without needing to conceal herself.
Are you sure that would be a good idea?
If what your friend said is completely correct, in which I believe so, I will make the people forgive for one person who is supposedly better goodwill than most people.
That she is.
Blushing.
With that being said, I need some time to think upon this. Harrison will return to me with the autopsy report, and it will further prove some more evidence if need be. And with the job completed, I can pardon you completely. I appreciate you're all forthcoming with your failures on the spell and being truthful with me. It has given me an immense amount, almost unfathomable, to think about. Something is seriously wrong with my city, and not just my city, my entire nation, and I need it fixed.
That's why I'm here to help.
You see, she writes down a quick little notice onto a piece of parchment, hands it over to Nidai. Let's give this to our guests. As Nina kind of walks over and shuffles through and hands it to Bonelia. She's kind of scared when she's mad.
Yeah, a little bit.
She just kind of hands you this. He kind of hands you this piece of paper. It's really nice to see you again. Hopefully we can talk more when your whole deal's settled. And he kind of walks back to the rest of the group. That has my seal on it for your weaponry, your focuses. You may collect such and leave when you can. Like I mentioned, half a day's travel towards the north. Should be a forested area with a cave if my information is correct.
Sarah.
Yes.
Is it okay if I can ask of something?
Of course.
If you are willing, and I look towards Mabel. Mabel, I know. I don't know if I'm not sure how this magic works. If you are willing, as we have opened ourselves up to the zone of truth, if you are willing to open up and let Mabel detect thoughts on you, just to see if she can
See if you
ascertain.
can find whatever is missing.
Michaelis, back in
Yes.
Yenamel, I did do my magic stuff, on your mother. The only thing I was able to discern is that there was something there, but I couldn't figure out what it was. It's
You cast
powerful
magic on me back there.
Yes, sorry.
I was under duress, and I wanted to find out if there's any way we could try to help you then. But if
I
you,
could try again. See
I
if
don't know
anything else comes up.
if you're willing, if it would be different. That's what I'm thinking, because I know.
Michaelis, of course I'm willing.
No, she's willing. If she's willing and open her mind to you instead of her not
yeah,
knowing.
of course. Yeah, no, of course.
Again, I don't know jack shit about magic, so I'm just asking.
Well, the first thing you'll need to know is we
Yeah.
need focus. So
My book.
Yes.
Ah,
We can do this when you return.
all right.
I'll get preparations prepared to do the pardon paperwork. I trust that you are all able to complete this job. So I'm going to fill out the paperwork early, something that normally is never done for our history, and allowing people to be or marking pardon paperwork before they're even pardoned. This is so strange. Um, if you'll pardon me and leave me to my work that needs to be done here while I think about what has just transpired, you are free to go get your gear.
I'm gonna one more thing, quick. Do you have any idea what happened with Adonis?
No, I left Orlais and left him to his own devices. I don't know what's going on with that wretched of a man.
All right, just checking.
Now, please.
And I go.
As you guys begin to leave, you see Harrison begin to like kind of make his way towards the building. Now, Benili, you don't have the full permission yet. Are you putting your hood back up? Are you drinking the potion?
I'm putting my hood back up.
Okay. Hood back up just as kind of Harrison kind of comes by. You see he's got a bunch of paperwork. He actually stops by Lascivious. I got the autopsy reports. I'm going to Sara right now to go over the detailings. Uh, they're both relatively similar, but there are some differences between two. I'm not sure how much that will help you, but I tried my best.
Well, thank you. Seems like we're probably going to be fine, but I appreciate it, and I will not forget that.
Of course, if you need anything or assistance if you are pardoned, I guess drop by, although I don't exactly know what you need with a prison.
Right back at you.
And then he moves forward, continuing to go into Sara's war room. You guys are back within the city of Kane. It's a little bit of time to kind of prepare before you could theoretically go out. So if there's anything anywhere that you would potentially like to stop or do quick little things after getting
Yes.
your gear. So
Well,
we'll
I'm
go
broke,
one by one.
So
Yeah, we'll go one by one. So Mabel, you have something you want to do, obviously.
Yes, I'd like to show Michaelis the stuff that we have. See if he can kind of figure out. I mean, listen,
Absolutely.
theoretically, it's a 2-digit number. There's only so many combinations, but I'll see if he, like...
See if you can notice what it would be.
Yeah, or even, like, who
Absolutely.
wrote it, you know?
Yeah. Michaelis, make a history check with advantage, please.
For the following information note.
For
second.
yes, that is right.
All right. History with advantage. 21.
21. So yeah, you happen to recollect this handwriting as one of the many troops that you've kind of worked with throughout your lifetime. These people were Elven in descent. One of these people, one that has the specific handwriting that you're seeing, was a very higher up in it. So he did lots of reconnaissance, visited lots of nations. You notice that the with the kind of wear and tear, there's certain things that are hard to make out. You don't know this name that you see that is starting with the A. A little hard to kind of recollect. It's nothing really that you recognize. You do recognize the name at the very end of that brief paragraph with the MO. You know that to be Modor Moril, one of the ancestors of your mother, one of the founding mothers of Ecrium's nations. Not necessarily Kane in particular, but she helped found a couple of other different populaces that eventually grew into cities and such.
Like the Ur's denial and such.
Yes. And then towards the very bottom, you recognize these 4 troops. These were traversal troops. And you recognize them at the very bottom that they had a specific naming convention to them. And knowing what the naming convention to it is, based upon your father's stories, as he took part in some of these traversals, you know the one down at the very bottom was Troop 05. And then that's what you gather.
Would like to input 05 into the lock.
Okay. I assume you're putting in the other ones into it as well, yeah?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Scribbling in the numbers into those particular empty slots, the page kind of begins to glow, and you see the letterings kind of rearrange themselves to make a legible and understandable document. Although it is still slightly hard to read, given the passage of time, but you're able to make out way, way more than before. And in the campaign notes, you will find this.
All right, I'm going to read it. Confidential. The following document regarding the to the something is to be kept confidential by decree of Modor Maril. Patriarchus. And that in agreement with Code 73A of the blah 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 treaty, hereby shall this information not be passed to any nation's capital other than Imperia, and blah blah blah. No copies of this document shall be created and kept with blah 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 in one of two creators' personal library. In the event that one library shall fall due to invasion or natural decay, the fail-safe trigger shall ensure its safekeeping with one of its original curators. In the event of all origins of this document being deceased, commissioned, compromised, or otherwise, this document shall inflame itself to ensure that it does not fall into the wrong hands. Any betrayal of this code will result in a war decree between the two nations and its people. Who is that last name? Interesting.
So they led an expedition into the banishment plane. So did Pacey
that-
create it, or did they find it here?
Does that say Imperia Kane Treaty, Mabel?
It does. Yup.
I'll say this as well, going off of your history check from before, you don't ever recall this being in the history books. This is new information to you. You've never heard of Ecrium and Orlais ever having a treaty of any sort, let alone specific names being mentioned. And
I never even know Orlais existed. I didn't really pay attention much to any other continent, let alone this type of treaty. I would have.
Not only that, but also knowing the history of the name Mador Maril, you know that this document was probably around the very, very beginning of Orlais' establishment.
Yeah, first expedition.
This is the founding of the nation. This is near the founding of the nation. This is when everything was bifurcated by provinces before it was united.
Pacey has definitely been here many times.
And they've been inside of the banishment plane. All of them. Seems
this
like they
is-
regularly went in.
Yeah, this is lost knowledge by the looks of it.
Well, secret knowledge.
Wait, this says first expedition. What if they're still there? And they never
Yeah.
came back.
Might be some
Well,
current expeditions
Pacey
as well.
was working at the school, so Pacey managed to get out.
Well, what if this happened in... Well, yeah.
How
Charles
long ago,
worked under him,
Walker?
Yes.
How
Yes.
long ago was this? Can I ascertain how long ago this was written? If I know it's Motor Merrill, that
Well, you would know that this is around the founding of Ecrium as one nation being named. So this is probably in the very beginnings of Kane's foundation, probably when there was only a handful of families here.
so several hundred years ago.
Probably more around the 700 to 800 potentially, if not farther.
So around the time that I was born.
It says one of two creators' personal libraries.
Sir
One of
Piercy's
two,
one.
but there's 3 of them. So perhaps we can come across this at some point.
Can I roll to see if I can remember any sort of higher up that's similar to Pacey? Sorry. Somebody that is similar in title to Pacey in Ecrium.
Going off of previously, there's never been anybody by the name of a Grand Banisher or anything that innately magical. But there is a name that you don't recognize on this list here that's ineligible to read at this particular look through. So potentially whoever this person is might have been able to have that kind of a handle. But it's hard to say because this is knowledge that you've never known of. This is a person that you didn't know existed.
And this means that at least one of them is still alive. So, guys,
Probably Pacey.
this
His
is...
library was destroyed.
Yeah.
But this
also-
did not erupt into flames.
Right.
And
so either
he could have
Pacey's
abandoned
still,
I
Right.
will also reiterate from before that there was a page missing that this document was in the casing with.
Mabel, is it also possible that with somebody, like when I was stuck in a banishment realm, time is different. So if Mordor Merrill is still in the banishment realm, possibly he could still be alive, even though it's been hundreds of years. Like elves, I know, you guys can live for hundreds of years already, but like potentially.
Yeah, she could still be alive.
It is very possible, Michaelis.
So now we either have both of them alive, one of them alive, or it's this mystery third person, which I don't know who that is. That name doesn't ring a bell, or whatever is eligible of that name.
Could I do a history check to see if I know what that could be, Walker? Actually, I'll get disadvantage. Never mind, that can wait.
Um,
That's crazy.
Can I give advantage the help action? It might be somebody in history that was involved in
Oh, true. Can I? May I? I will. I'm
In
gonna
the
do
right
it.
direction.
sure.
good.
Yeah. Make a history check. Sure.
According to my
Sure.
research,
I don't
I've
give
never
advantage,
been to this
so.
nation, nor did that much research, but I know the people that were kept from history.
You might hate me. It was a 28.
28. You've
Yeah.
never heard of this person, but I will give you the fact that you are able to make out their name based upon the multiple documents that mention this person's name. Would be able to piece together what the person's name is. Going through it, you know that this person's name is Ark Morovo.
how you spell Morovo?
Mirovo. That is, hey, there. You don't have any recollection of anybody named Ark Morovo in history from Orlais, any history of Ekrim that you've heard. Just in general, this person is nobody to you, even with a
I'm
28.
700 to 800 years old. Could I do a history? No, just kidding.
Okay, well,
Interesting.
I don't recognize the name. You don't recognize the name. Could it be?
Yeah, I don't
possible this-
recognize the name either. That's really
Yes,
interesting.
Lascivious.
Could it be possible that this Ark guy is from one of the other continents? Because right now, Percy's from one,
Possibly.
Mordor's from here, and so
Well-
maybe
So you think that they were
Hold
trying
on,
to
it says
unite
between
realms with the
Imperia
banishment?
and Kane.
Yeah, so that would
right, yeah.
insinuate that this person is also from Ecrium.
Or
in-
also
or
from
in-
Orlais.
or from
Or
Orlais.
unknown. Yeah.
All right. Well, we got, I guess, another mystery to solve on top of our current mission.
Yeah, you know what? It'll have to wait until we get back. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll keep this in.
Alrighty. Well, with that, Michaelis, is there any quick stops you want to do? I know that was not very quick, but Michaelis, anything you want to do kind of prep wise before leaving?
I want to visit my home.
Your home. Okay.
It's a
We'll
big
come back
stop.
to that. We'll come back to that. Sonnet, anything that you want to do for a quick stop before making your way out of the city?
I need to pee.
No, because I feel like it would involve Michaelis.
Okay. So, Nelia, was there anything that you particularly wanted to stop or check out before making the way out of the city?
Then I wanted to check out, but I did want to mention what Ashanta said to me.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you just want to mention it to the group?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. I don't know if you want to wait for Ian, but that's up to you.
I'll wait for Ian.
It's more than he deserves. And then Lascivious, I know you mentioned being broke, but was there anything you wanted to kind of do?
I think Lascivious just hovers. I think he's just thinking and doesn't feel like he is particularly needed in any of the thought process of anything. So I think he's
What's
just kind
up,
of there.
buddy? You're being a little quiet.
I think you guys got this under control.
Use you.
He doesn't say those feelings out loud. I think he just yeah.
We could use you, buddy.
I think he just takes a step back and is kind of just keeps to himself.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
for sure. Alrighty.
He hovers though, so he's around.
Yeah. We'll go with Bonelia first, and then we'll go Sonnet, and then Michaelis here, just to wrap up this particular bit. Bonelia.
Okay. I have something I need to tell you all. As we were brought over to Sara, Ashanta spoke to me, and she told me there's an entity up north that she hasn't given me specifics, but that I need to deal with. And so if we run into this entity, know that that's something I need to take care of.
As in battle it, or to...
Yeah, what do you mean?
No details, I think. I don't know if she knows.
It's
Or like, how
time.
did she say it? Like, how did it seem?
She said that its time is coming to an end.
Oh,
Well, that can mean several different things.
did you look at that? There
So
was.
do you need to
something.
like guide it to its end?
She hasn't really given me much more than that.
That's still very vague.
Because you could still
Yeah.
prevent its end. Yes, a lot of options that we have here.
So just letting you know that there's going to be something up north that I have to do something with.
Okay, well, we happen to be going north. Maybe we can do
It's
both.
been the story of our lives the last couple months, so yeah.
So is like killing your new thing, like killing
I'm trying it
people?
out.
Okay.
Well, maybe it's just like
Like is that
guiding
your
it to
service?
its death, not like.
You kill
Well-
people that are dying, I guess, and help them move on? Is that your thing
That's-
now?
I have no idea. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Well,
Maybe it's like a mercy
you're
thing.
now a champion of the
The
angel of
Avatar
death,
of Death.
the avatar of death. So that would imply non-life. So I'm just
You also have a
curious.
scythe.
Yeah, I'm not judging. It's cool. I'm just curious.
I meant that as a joke, Vanilla. I'm sorry.
Looks at herself in the black cloak and the scythe.
Like you look
It's
pretty
too spot on.
killer right
I-
now.
well-
So
We, who, we should get going.
if that was too much, I apologize. I didn't.
Oh,
I
serious.
think the zone of truth is still affecting us.
Yeah, it might be.
In the meantime, Sonnet.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go
Um,
pee. Let's see if he's goes.
Yes, Michaelis, I just had a question.
Yes.
There are Gith in the land, correct? Githyanki?
Yes, they are the Strixland people.
Have you ever heard of any Gith famous for hunting lichens, two scars on each of them they have down their lip to their neck?
The most I've known of the Gith, because keep in mind, growing up and even during the Necromancy War, the Gith were very secluded. They did not interfere with either side. They did not. They only fought the Necromancers when it invaded their lands, but that was very seldom. It seemed like the Necromancers were not interested with their lands for some reason, and they never really aided us either way. So we left them alone. They left us alone. But when it comes to their rituals and such, I just know that they've hunted fabled beasts, but nothing very as descriptive as what you told me with the marking on the chin. You said
Yeah.
they spoke about these supernatural beings, but as far as I knew about it, it was almost like mythology or something, like a fable they passed on to their children. That's about all I know.
When it comes to finding out more about them, do you know of any like experts in their culture or any places I can
These
go to maybe inquire more?
these Gith are very unique because unlike conventional Gith, when they can go through these different planes, kind of like I guess what Mabel and the Grand Banishers, that what they're familiar with. These Giths absconsed from it. They decided to come to this plane and almost they became pilgrims. They live simple. They live simply, tribalistically. They still use magic, but they don't use any magic that would help them transfer from one plane to the next. They decided to become the people of this land and this land alone. So their oral traditions and their traditions are very different from general Giths. But again, I've never met conventional Giths, let alone the Giths in Ecrium are very, 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 very different. So my perception of them are very skewed.
And I imagine being away as long as you have probably doesn't leave you too many answers either.
I vaguely remember on a diplomatic meeting or something of the sort, I met the chief, but it was only like a one-time meeting, and at the time the chief then was very old, so I don't think he's alive anymore. So I have no clue onto current leadership or how they run their leadership over there. So if we do meet them, I might just be going off my namesake, and by the looks of how everything's been going in Acrium, that might not even help. So
Yeah, I would avoid any confrontation with the Gith until I really know what I'm getting into. But thank you. I'll keep asking around. I'm just looking for a specific set of Gith.
they just when it comes to what you're saying about the lycanthropy stuff, like the closest is that they would hunt unnatural beast, but that's again like
You hear Lair kind of like pipe up as well. Like your friend's saying, I mean, if these guys are hunting fables, we're kind of fables in a way.
so. It might be. I would guess then there is correlation to it, but nothing as descriptive as the markings or anything in detail. So I guess for the time being, you and Lyric, if Lyric is coming with us, which I'm guessing you will be.
I was lumped into your guys' group with the trial. I kind of have to help.
So therefore, we're gonna have to make sure you guys don't. You, I mean, I know Lyric.
We'll
You have.
stay away from the Gith Yankee. It'll be fine.
I
As he
probably
just
wouldn't
kinda,
be a target, right?
as he wraps like around Sonnet, and like,
Mm.
just the best buds. We'll stick away from them. Yeah, you'll be fine. You're a tiefling. They might look at you weird, but you'll be fine.
Lyric.
I'm not
I
scared.
know.
I'm just curious.
I know, Lyric. You have you've had this lycanthropy for your whole life, or like for quite a while.
Since early adulthood.
Sonnet, if I could ask, like, are you in good control of this lycanthropy, or is it still like comes in shifts or something?
Well, actually, funny enough, Tekuin kind of fast-tracked my control over it.
Oh,
They would both battle each other within me, and it kind of let me get this feel of it. I can't say I'm in complete control under extreme duress, but I've been able to manifest it through my emotions. Um, but yeah, I can't say I'm in 100% control.
all right. So I guess the main focus when we're in the Strixland is to make sure you don't get in duress. That seems to be simple enough.
Well,
You
you
guys,
say simple, but we have Lascivious in the group, and he kind of pisses me off. So, and I
Yeah.
wink at him.
Granted.
yeah, I wanted to speak to that witch.
Well, I mean, granted, Sarah wants us only to deal with this. I don't think we're going as far as the Strixlands.
Oh, well,
Not
whenever
yet.
we find ourselves there.
Let's get ourselves pardoned first, hey?
Yes, that's
Agreed.
that would really help us. Otherwise, we're gonna be on the run. So I don't want
What's
that.
up, Sonnet? Why are you good?
Hmm? Oh yes, I was just making fun. I feel like the only way to get you to engage is just poke at you a little bit.
Oh no, sorry, you were making a weird face, so I wasn't sure if light bulb. Oh, well, not a light bulb, a candlelight came on and got an idea.
Tons, but no. Let's go along.
Okay. We're gonna move forward. Ian, I know you wanted to visit the house, but I'm just gonna save that for. I want to prep a little more for that, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I thought.
That I was not expecting, so I'd want to prep for that a little bit.
Oh, whoops! I might
That's
Whoops.
like it's perfectly fine. I just wasn't thinking that even to come up. So, so if it's okay, we're just gonna move past it and then we can potentially tackle it next session here.
Of course.
For sure. Okay. You guys kind of continue, like, get your gear, get kind of prepped up. You quickly get like some rations for the day out of the small little banquet that Sara had set out. And you guys make your way towards the north. As you guys kind of make your travels, you notice a few different things here that are a little different from the travel to Kane. Some of the forests are kind of decaying a little bit. You see a lot more trees without leaves or look very kind of hollowish. The ground's kind of getting a little drained out as well. It looks incredibly dry. As we get kind of closer to it, I will ask now, how are people feeling at this moment?
I feel fine.
Danica, are you still doing good?
I'm good.
Okay.
I might be quiet for a couple minutes because I'm eating.
Yeah, for sure. That's no worries. Ian, are you doing okay as well?
Yes, I relieved myself like 5 minutes ago, so I'm good.
I have relieved myself.
Little quick
Alrighty,
tug.
sounds good. Oh, we don't do it like that.
Of course, Mike would say that.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
soft Mike.
Soft.
It's not
Give
my
it a
fault. It
rest.
doesn't work.
Alrighty, then we will continue. I don't have too much past this, but good to know. Moving forward to the north. I'm actually gonna, with that knowledge, we're actually gonna take a quick 5-minute break while I get some cooking
Bless.
ready and get myself a new drink, and then
Nice.
we'll come back at 35 if that's okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Already do.
I'm gonna go relieve.
Oh,
All right, recording.
Alrighty. So we come to again as your group begins to make their way north.
There's a lot of dogs here, right?
It's just a bunch of lycanthropes.
Yeah, they're
Playing
all
fetch.
Forms. They're all
I
in
hate-
form. That's really funny. As you guys make your way, like I mentioned, lots of trees. Kind of. Oh my god, my stuffy nose has gotten so worse.
I cast mage armor.
Sounds good. The nature's path kind of shows off in a couple different ways. You have some lush paths for going towards the north, where you would know the Strixlands would be, as they come into this more like, what, Ian?
Nothing.
He's still.
You jerk.
He was trying to make a joke, but we moved on, and he just thinks it's funny
I see.
because he was gonna make like a racism joke or something.
It
It literally started with "I hate," and then that's it. So,
Something you said.
oh,
I'll type it. in.
He's continuing.
The pathway goes up to the north and more to the west as the area turns from more like forested areas to sort of like cavernous, canyon-like ranges with lots of large rocks and all different kinds of nature formations like that. Although going down this path, you do see one that would more match up to the potential that Sara had mentioned, as bits of life look to have been sucked out of the ground, and trees and flowers. Things have wilted that should be blooming in this time of year. The ground is really hard and rough and dry. Going down that, I would like for whoever to actually we'll go one by one here, because Sara never gave like a direct location. She doesn't exactly know. All she knows is that it's kind of like forested a little bit with a cave nearby. So we'll go one by one and we'll see what people want to contribute to potentially helping find this place. We'll start with Bonelia.
I'm still eating. Sorry.
We'll come back.
I heard.
Can we
I
come
heard.
back to me?
Yeah. Sonnet, what do you want to contribute? You can name like, give me something and we'll name a check for it.
I would like to scan the area, make a perception check, see if I can see any caves and or things that would help lead us
For
to
sure.
a cave.
Yeah, you managed to kind of like climb up a tree. Give me a perception check.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, you dare say 20.
oh, it's perception. It's gonna be insane.
It's a 29.
Yeah.
Yeah. easily climbing up to the top of the tree, you're able to kind of see these paths kind of branch out multiple ways and could lead you to get lost. But with your perceptiveness on the top of the tree, you're able to kind of make out the general vicinity of where it would lead off to next. And you guys, with your help, you're able to kind of lead the group much more towards an area. You see a lot of the caves coming up in kind of like a mountainous range coming up. So hard to tell, but you're pushing the group in the right direction. Mabel, what would you like to do to help out the group find this area?
You gonna read a book or something? Nerd. Someone high five me.
Nerd.
I just might.
Come on, guys. It's
You
a
ever
little
heard
rude.
of the? You ever hear about the mating rituals of ogres? I saw that book.
That helps
Unbelievable.
keeps our spirits high.
I will. I have disadvantage anyway, but I will
Sure do.
try.
Wait,
so
the
tired.
travel was half a day, right? Could she have
Not in
made
total,
a?
like not yet.
Oh,
Mind you, this is
I
active
see.
movement as well, so she couldn't really
Gotcha.
take a rest.
I don't know.
Just name something. Throw something out there.
I
wild with
will. What was it? I will. You said everything around here is like decayed, and that's kind of how we know we're on the right track.
Yeah,
I'll follow the decay.
for sure. We'll have you make a nature check.
That's a 7.
A 7. You're not
Stuff is dying.
one- You're not one to lead a group through the wilderness. Plus, it's
That's
not
fair.
akin to the environment you're used to.
That's
So
also
you,
fair.
And you're
Kinda like
tired.
trying that
Just
also.
yawning. Just yawning.
Uh,
Oh
you
my
kind
god.
of you kind of take a step back and let the ones who aren't exhausted lead the pack.
Yes.
Michaelis, what do you do?
So you're saying I can choose?
Say
Any
what you want to do to help, and we'll name a check for it.
All right. I would like to do foraging, I guess, for food around here. To see, like you said, I know you said that the land is decayed. You said, but if there's like any shrubbery or something, like if I can find any plant,
Yeah, for
herbal or
sure.
otherwise.
You see, let's do a nature check on that one. Actually, no, we're gonna do survival.
All right. Do I get advantage or no?
No, this is just flat checks.
That is gonna be an 8.
I step on
8?
where he's looking by accident.
Yeah, you
You eat
think
rotten
you
bush.
found,
One berry.
you think you found like a potential spot that is being
I'm pissing in the bush that he's looking at.
Yeah.
you
Relieving himself.
you're attempting to kind of like potentially find like the spots that are being kept healthy as potential like reserves for this necromantic group potentially that's nearby. But as you potentially go to do it, Lascivious sneezes and some fire bursts some plant life.
I accidentally sneezed
Flaming
out fire.
boogers?
Yeah.
Oh, whoa! I did not know I could do that. That is cool.
Okay, all you see is this.
Here, let me put out. Let me put out the fire. I put the fire out. Did you get anything?
Ash.
all right.
Lascivious. Anything that you do to help the group?
I want to do an investigation roll to find footprints leading into a particular direction.
Yeah, that would make sense. Do an investigation roll. Also, I have my phone off to the side, and this fucking cat shoved it off.
Nice. So I rolled a 3, so instead I'm gonna get a 16.
There are footprints, Lascivious.
What did you say?
I get
You
a
rolled
16.
You get 16? Oh, because you're doing the thing where you just get a 10 instead?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, after some...
Yeah, Mabel.
After some kind of like scavenging around, kind of looking for any kind of tracks of life, you do see a small pathway, not necessarily footprints, but you see a made pathway through some of the woods, and you're able to follow that through. So that's...
Follow me, everybody.
Two successes on it. Bonelia, are you
Yes.
good for a sec? Okay.
Yeah, I want to smell out necrotic damage.
necrotic damage. You want to smell it out.
I want to smell it out specifically.
Thank you.
Sure. Make a
Yeah.
perception check using smell. If you have anything that is particularly giving you advantage because of smell, then that applies. But I don't think
I
you
do not.
Can you
So
smell?
then, just a flat roll of smell with a bone of a nose.
I can.
She
It would
could
just
do
be a
smell as much
perception.
as I can
Natalie.
see.
It would be a smell-based perception, I think.
Yeah.
Do it stank. Roll.
Oh no.
Do it, Stan.
Cornelia does stank. Well, that's what I'm
That's
reading.
a 7.
Man, lots of low rolls.
Oh no, wait. I have to do it at disadvantage.
Yes, that's true. So I mean, unless you roll over
All
than
right.
a
It's
7.
still. Nope. Still a 7.
Yeah, for sure. You kind of like sniff around and you feel like you're on the scent of necrotic damage, and you see a cave, and you kind of like about to tiptoe in. All of you kind of like are sneaking in, till you accidentally come across a couple of sleeping owlbears.
Oh.
Oh.
We're gonna have everyone roll a sneak check to see
Okay.
if you guys don't awake the bears.
Yeah, Natalie. Don't wake the bear, Natalie.
Oh! Oh! I just got a double nat 20
Oh,
shit!
yeah.
Shit!
Does that count? That's for
on
like
a
the whole
fucking
party,
stealth. Are you kidding me? A double nat. I gotta. Oh my
Is that-
gosh.
Does that cover me? Am I covered?
That's so annoying. Why couldn't it be like a?
This
You
is the-
you only rolled it
you
on
know
Wolf.
what? You know what? I'll let double nat 20s are pretty dope. I'll let you put one of those onto somebody.
Okay, I'm
The
recording.
cloak on.
I
So
want to
I have a
intimidate the ground to open up.
check advantage. So I just neutralize it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna give it to Mabel.
Okay.
Or yeah,
Yeah.
probably gonna give it to Mabel.
Bonelia, what was your roll?
I got a 19.
19. Okay, so that's 3 good ones.
The
Michaela?
most lackluster double nat 20 in history. Oh my gosh.
I don't know. It could have been a perception.
Jeez, oh, that would have been so good.
What am I rolling for again? Sorry, I got so
Stealth.
18. Oh wait, 21.
Okay. And Sonnet?
14.
Okay. You all managed to very gently tiptoe your way out. Lascivious, as with the double nat 20s, I'll work a little off of it.
Okay.
Steal their time.
Sneaking your way out.
Second double nat
Sneaking your
20
way out.
in 2 years. That's insane.
Sneaking your way out, you kind of notice that this area has been very untouched, with the exception of the owlbears bedding and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
As you're seeing everybody being like as careful as they can possibly be, you happen to see that off to the side where this cave was, there are some remains of humanoid in nature. These ones look to be very old,
Mm-hmm.
and so probably not an owlbear attack,
Okay.
more than like it. But yeah, I'll say you get that with any addition to it.
I
Bones.
point off into the direction of the bones and make him known.
For sure. Do you lead the group towards that direction?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay. Kind of tiptoeing your way through the woods until you're eventually enough out of the way that you feel like you might not affect the owlbears. You kind of pick up back to your normal pace, and as you do, you see there is this area that is so decayed, and you see there is this elderly looking person off in the distance, kind of like picking up flowers. They have this like a little bit of a saddened look on their face as they put them down, and then kind of it looks like they're searching around in the general vicinity. What do you do with this person?
Fire.
Lascivious?
Oh fuck, dude! I
You're
completely
leading,
blanked
you're,
out.
You're leading the pack.
Okay, can you please explain to me that? I completely zoned out for a second.
Mr. Nat 20. Come on.
There, off in the distance, there's
Mhm.
this very large, decayed kind of landscape, and you see an elderly person of kind of looking of elven to half elven descent, kind of like picking flowers and then very
Mhm.
sadly kind of like tossing them to the side because of their decayedness. What do you do?
If I'm leading, I kind of just look to everybody and kind of gauge. Can I? She seems nice. I'm gonna cast prestidigitation or thaumaturgy. I can't remember which one it is, and then just do a little whisper saying hello.
You see this person kind of like stand up and like look around. Are you hidden in any way, or
I would say I'm still hidden. I just want to kind of gauge like what their reaction and like if it's like offensive or just immediate curiosity and nothing like hostile.
you see just immediate curiosity, no real
Mhm.
hostility to it, but they're just kind of like looking around because they recognize the effect to it, but they
Mhm.
can't pinpoint where you are.
I'm just gonna like hold my hand out and like to signal everyone to like hold back for a sec, and then I'm gonna walk up and make myself known.
Sure. Walking up to this person, kind of going through this decayed kind of wasteland. The grass kind of like smushes between underneath your shoes and kind of crinkles.
Mm-hmm.
Person looks to be about elderly age for a half elf.
Mm-hmm.
Male in figure.
Okay.
Just kind of like some, kind of like frail long hair. Kind of look to you. You know, what can I do for you?
Uh, my name is Lascivious.
You don't meet many tieflings out here. You're far, aren't you?
Nah, I've come to learn that tieflings are a rarity here.
What can I do for you, Lascivious?
Well, I am currently looking for a cave. Are you familiar with any like significant caves in this area? Like notable ones?
I wouldn't say notable, other than the Owlbear Cave, not too far back.
Yeah, they're a little close. Do you live near here? Are you okay?
I'm fine. I come from many places throughout Ecrium. Currently, I was making my way towards the Stricklands and up to Emberfort to visit some friends from many years ago.
Right.
But I stopped to one of my favorite spots along the way, and unfortunately, it's been affected.
I see. What are you? So you're just kind of in the middle of your journey right now?
You could say.
Hmm.
But if you mentioned caves,
Yes.
there's a small mountain range just a little west of here. I'd be careful. There's apparently necromantic activity around. You don't want to get yourself trifled up with things if possible.
Right. Awesome. Thank you for warning me, and I'll be sure to look out for it.
Of course. Be safe on your travels. Someone as rare as you are in this area, it'd be a shame if something were to happen. People haven't seen tieflings for years. It's kind of a bit of a surprise.
I appreciate that. You stay safe as well. What was your name, by the way?
My name is Ethandril.
Ethandril. I'll remember that name.
Sees Lascivious, write it down.
He kind of gives you like a small little gesture. Do be safe. As he kind of goes back to kind of like trying his best to find like some flowers that are still kind of intact from the necrotic damage.
I just kind of go, and I start heading towards the direction.
Okay. You all hear Lascivious do a little clap clap. You hear
We're
Lyric in the back.
not your
go,
dogs.
You hear Lyric in the back go, did he just fucking call for us?
Yes, I did.
All kind of eventually pop out and continue making your way. As you do, but another give or take about an hour's worth of travel, to eventually come to this very kind of much more heavily forested area. There's still signs of decay in certain aspects of this forested bit, but it seems to be the correct kind of descriptor that Sarah had mentioned. I'm gonna need everybody's passive perceptions, please. So, Lascivious?
You already know. 10.
10. Michaelis.
16.
Mabel.
18.
Bonelia.
18.
And Sonnet.
20.
20. Okay. As you guys are around,
It's almost like it's naturally 20. Sorry.
you hear the shifting and snapping of twigs. And I'll say you have a singular moment to ready an action or a spell, but a singular one.
Wait, we already long rested after the prison, right?
We're fully,
Yeah, the only
I
people who
can-
didn't long rest was Mabel and Bonelia by traditional terms.
Okay.
They
Alright,
long rested,
mage
but not the
armor.
exhaustion point.
Yeah.
Okay,
I guess
Mage
I'll
armor.
ready an invisibility.
Sure. Michaelis?
Sorry, what am I rolling again? I just had to fix my sheet.
You're not rolling anything. You're readying an action.
Okay, yeah. Can I preemptively ready to rage in
Yeah,
case?
absolutely.
Like,
Yeah.
what is it called? Saving an action or something?
Well, you can just be
It's
prepared
readying
to
an action.
rage if something were to happen.
I just have my sword out. It's like I'm just being ready. It's like I have it
Yeah,
up.
for sure.
Snap.
I'll get mad.
Sonnet?
I'll ready Death Ward on Mabel.
Okay. And Bonelia?
I'm gonna ready
Fireball.
to cast Beacon of Hope.
Beacon of Hope. Okay, yeah. For sure.
Also known as Fireball.
Yeah. Okay. You come to this kind of forested area with lots of hills and trees and such. I'm going to place you guys here. With this as well. Staying within this general vicinity here, feel free to place yourselves wherever you feel.
I'd probably be at the front. So I'd say right there.
And then Larrick. Larrick will be right here.
How much is this? How big is this cliff? Can I climb it?
That cliff would be about 20 feet. So
No. I'm gonna be right here.
I will. I mean, I was leading, so it's interesting.
What do you
That's
mean?
fine.
You're leading frontwards. I can be beside you.
Interesting.
Like Larrick's there, so I can be here.
Interesting.
We're flanking you.
Oh, you figured out a spot there, Nat?
No, good.
They're fighting to
Okay.
death ward each other.
I want to.
She's trying to juke it.
You guys kind of begin to kind of get yourselves ready just in case anything kind of happens. And as you hear this like slow shuffling in the woods, preparing yourself just in case something volatile or violent kind of breaks out. You see the old man come out again.
I figured that was gonna happen.
Bro.
You see, he just kind of like goes and
Bruh.
continues along the path. He's just kind of walking very gently. You see, he kind of notices you again. Goes,
Mm-hmm.
Fancy, I didn't expect
Ethandril.
to be coming. I didn't expect to be seeing you down this path again. I guess I did point you in this direction, but I don't know. It comes with old age.
Right. Old
gonna get eaten.
age. Hey, why don't
you-
you come over here with us for a second?
Sure. You see, he just kind of like pops
Aw.
out and kind of like walks a little forward.
Uh-oh.
Something the matter?
I'm just making sure you're safe.
Well, that's very kind of you. If you want to come with me, I'm still moving a little more west.
Can I make an insight check?
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Get a nat 20.
I could just read his stats real quick.
Do it. Hit one.
Yeah, I got a 3. It's not gonna.
I'll just let me just read his stats real
He's a
quick.
harmless old man. He's a harmless old man.
I'm just
Okay.
I'm gonna read
And
his
you're
stats
kind
real
of
quick,
attracted to him.
Sorry, Natalie. What'd you say?
Can I detect his thoughts real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does he need to make a save?
If
I
I
think
think
so.
if it's yeah.
it would probably be wisdom.
Yeah, it's definitely not free.
What is
Don't
that
bother, I slit
note?
his throat. No, I'm just kidding.
And he's dead.
I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second.
Imagine not knowing what the spells you have do.
Bro, I have so many.
If you want to probe
um,
deeper,
um,
he has to say.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. True. Just surface is fine. Yes,
The
surface.
surface.
Well, pow.
You hear into his thoughts, and all you hear is just him going, "What a nice man. His group is very friendly."
Aw, cutie.
This is he's too innocent.
Is it safe to say that like the other reactions go off, like I cast Death Ward and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, anything that isn't like a straight up attack, because people can withhold their attacks if they want to. You can withhold the spell if you want to as well and save your slot, but that's up to you.
Can I
Yeah.
withhold my ready to action for when
Yeah, of course.
something
Yeah.
actually happens? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just go, yeah, sure. Well, I'd love for you to guide us. I think that'd be wonderful.
Sorry, before I must meet my escorts. Who else is here? As Larry kind of like puts his hand up and goes, Larrick, are we actually guiding this guy?
Just
I'm
play with it.
I'm gonna whisper to Larrick and be like, I think Lascivious wants to use him as bait. I'm not too sure.
I'm not that cruel. This is Michaelis. That idiot is Sonnet. That is Bonelia, and that is Mabel.
I'm sorry, but Bone Delia?
It's original. Her parents were very
She's not from
creative.
here.
Yeah.
That's
An
fair. You
exotic
see,
name.
like his eyes are like super squinted. It's hard for him to kind of see. Well,
Now, have you
very
noticed?
Nice to meet you.
Have you noticed anybody else in these woods?
Just some passerby travelers, some traders going towards Kane.
Well, if you don't mind guiding us towards the direction that we were heading.
Of course. And he kind of begins to lead you off towards kind of like making your way towards this direction, just kind of in and around some woods.
Mm-hmm.
Who did he say was headed towards Kane?
Some like
some
pacifiers and traders.
Some traders.
Traitors.
Not like
Traitor.
traders, but traders. They
Ah.
trade. They
They
don't
kinda-
betray.
Trading things. He kind of begins to like lead the pathway down. As he does, he kind of like talks absentmindedly. He's like, I used to walk this path with my wife many, many years ago. She unfortunately passed last year, but
Sorry to hear that.
the path itself is it's lovely during this time of year. My grandchildren, I hope to take them through here at some point, but my children are off in Emberfort making trade deals with the dwarves, and
I see.
it's very nice. You kind of remind me of my grandson, only my grandson doesn't have the horns and the red skin.
Right. Most tieflings don't.
Typically. You see, he kind of like takes another step, and Sonnet, with a passive perception of 20, you hear a small sound of static in your, just kind of ring through your ears, as you see a bolt of lightning goes through the woods and explodes this old man's head.
Oh!
Bruh.
What were his
knew
last
it.
thoughts? Can you tell me what his last thoughts were?
Were his
Dang.
last
Wow,
thoughts
that's so bad.
his grandchildren?
His last thoughts,
My
Natalie,
grandchildren.
you hear in his head, like over the last few thoughts, goes, my grandkids would love this, and then just nothing as the old man just gets obliterated as lightning kind of shatters throughout his body.
I go invisible.
Everybody, surprise round, funnily enough.
But I held my action, so I go invisible, right?
Were you readying an invisibility?
I had readied an invisibility, yeah. I was going to use it on him.
Then yes.
Okay.
Then yes.
I was going to use
Yeah,
it on
so-
him, but he dead
You
now.
see, as the witch bolt kind of goes through and crackles through the corpse, you see it kind of like retract through, and you see a man dressed in this full black coat, cloak, holding a staff. Trespassers, And I'm
Yeah.
gonna need some initiative rolled by some people, please.
Also, kind of in the same
Damn.
vein of as I previously stated, do I instantly rage without
Yes,
having?
you
Okay.
sure do.
Yay.
It's a nat 20 on initiative.
God
Nice.
damn. What's your total for it?
23.
23.
Sorry, there's no disadvantage for any of this, is there?
No.
No,
It's
just
just
ability check.
abilities checks. That's all, or
Lascivious.
skills. I just got a 19.
19, Mabel.
8.
8. Michaelis.
15.
15, Sonnet.
14.
14.
13.
13. Perfect. And then where is Lyric? I got a fucking 5.
Nice.
Attaboy. Still hungover.
Alrighty. As the body kind of like just twitches due to the damage to it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just quickly get me battle music.
Oh,
is
the
not
body's gonna
good.
get resurrected. Fuck. It's gonna be a zombie.
Shit.
Walker
Michaelis,
was
what are you
never gonna
singing?
let me sit here. Save him.
Alrighty.
Are you in the combat screen?
Oh, right.
Now
I
there
am.
is a surprise round.
Mm-hmm.
You see the necromancer kind of raise his staff. He goes, "Oh, more than one. More fodder for the horde." As he raises his staff and slams it down, as you see this necrotic purple energy scatter throughout the ground, and it hits select spots.
Dead
As
things.
you see all of these creatures begin to climb up out of the ground. As you see Doot. You see Doot. See Doot.
Ew, zombies.
Doot. Doot.
Blood zombie.
There's a lot of them.
And Doot.
So many zombies.
So many of them.
You see the zombies kind of climb out of their holes. And that is the Necromancer's surprise round. So now we go to a normal initiative order with Bonelia going first.
Bing bong.
Such a rarity!
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
True.
damn. Alright, okay. Hold on a dang second.
This session needs to be framed on Bonelia's wall.
I
She got a nat 20 in initiative.
don't know if this uses a spell slot.
What is it?
Fuck, what is it? I just had it. Destroy undead.
Oh.
That seems,
Walker forgot that.
yeah,
was
that
a thing.
seems,
Oh no.
Ha!
Just walking around,
What
destroy
is it
undead.
called?
Destroy.
Destroy undead? Oh no,
Yeah.
that's just a cleric class feature.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Okay.
divinity?
Oh no.
Wow.
Alright.
You just brought kryptonite.
So, let's see, who's
Walker's
closest
like
to me?
adding
Yeah.
more things to the initiative.
Do a zombie 2. I'm gonna try to turn undead.
So yeah, you have to
Now, are you
use
doing
turn undead
or are
on
you
it.
using
Yeah.
Nah. Yeah, because are you using? Because starting at 5th level, you get to destroy certain creatures of a certain level or if you're casting at a certain level or lower, it'll just flat destroy the creature.
Yeah.
So what level are you doing it at?
I'm gonna do it level 3.
Level 3. So
Yeah.
I'll tell you so you're just doing turn undead, right?
Yeah.
It's turn undead, and then if they
Are below a certain level, they just get destroyed.
and also yeah, it's like when they fail the saving throw against turn undead, then it gets destroyed.
Yeah.
If its challenge rating is at or below a certain threshold.
Sorry, just let me make sure here.
So
So you have to do it at 5th level to just destroy.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I mean,
I'm looking.
Well, for
the turn
funsies.
undead.
so turn undead is an
otherwise-
action.
I'm looking at it now,
Um,
Joe.
Oh yeah, cool.
Oh, sorry, I'm 5th level, not like when I'm at
yeah,
level 5. Okay.
Because if you want to, you can still do turn undead. It's just they'll make a saving throw, and if they fail, then they're on your side.
Mm.
So if you want to do turn undead, you can do that, or if you want to cast it at 5th level or above, you can just flat out destroy things if
And
they're
then
within a certain.
you could just cast it at 4th
challenge
level,
rating.
and it's casted at 5th level. So
That is
Oh,
true.
Alright, I'm gonna cast it at 4th level, which means
For
it's
sure.
at 5th level.
And you're casting at which undead?
I think
You
it's
know what?
each
I'm gonna-
undead within 30 feet of her.
I think that's just turn undead.
Well, yeah, but the ones that fail from turn undead have to succeed, and then so it's still the same range, same.
Within
Thing.
30 feet, yes.
Oh, so
Yeah,
it's just
so-
a radius. Damn.
So
Yeah.
we'll get a thing out here for you. Where's the thingy? Props. We need a circle from you, which needs to be 30 feet, which
It's winter.
that is 40 feet. So 30 feet is here. So you'll get undead 1, or you'll get zombie 1 and 2 in it right now.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you could move to get more in there. If you
Yeah.
want.
Probably move up.
So
There.
if you do it from there, you'll get zombie 1, 2, and the blood zombie.
Yeah, let's do that.
So right now, if you're doing it at 5th level, any challenge ratings of half or lower will die. So I need to figure out the stat block on the zombie 5 because or the zombies because I actually don't know their challenge rating.
Oh. Could be way higher
Unprepared,
for all I know.
unprepared DM.
Get on Bonillion.
Fucking destroy them
So
all.
man, picking a fight with a cleric was a bad idea. Zombie 2, zombie
Yeah.
1.
And she readied that one spell, right? So that also activates. For
Yeah,
free.
Beacon of Hope.
And then zombie 5, the blood zombie is higher, so it does not die.
Okay.
So the first zombie 1 and 2, you just see them like as they raise up, you channel your divinity to turn undead, and you see these zombies just immediately like turn to mush back down to the ground just as fast as they rose.
Go back where you came from, or so help me.
God damn. So that is zombie 1 and zombie 2 already dead. Great. Off to a great start for
How
the
about Blood
undead.
Zombie 1?
Blood zombie 1, I already said doesn't work.
Shucks, sorry, I misheard that.
So you
It's all
still
you,
had your ready
Michaelis.
action from before, which was your Beacon of Hope, right?
Yeah.
Which your Beacon of Hope is how big of a radius?
That's also 30 feet.
Another 30k. Your undead, your turn undead is not a concentration, so we're not gonna keep. So right now, you have to keep using your divine stuff if you want to do it. So right now, if you move, nothing more is gonna die. But we'll keep that circle on you for your Beacon of Hope.
Okay.
So
Should it
anybody
not be
within
bigger?
there-
Should it not be 30 feet from me and not just 30 feet?
I shall see. It is Beacon of Hope.
Yeah.
Let's see. Beacon of Hope. Choose any number of creatures within range, so it's within you to the 30 foot. Oh no, it's 30 foot from you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with 30 foot from you.
Yeah.
So we're gonna turn up the opacity on these cubes. So then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30. So we're just gonna have to check it every now and then because I can't figure out how to do that type shit.
What are you doing?
That's because I think that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So that's one more. There we go.
This is
that is the range
For what?
for her Beacon of
For
Hope.
Beacon of Hope.
Okay, and then I can attach it to her.
Dope. And Beacon of Hope, you are concentrating.
Yes.
There you go.
Cool.
Alrighty. So from there, any movement or bonus actions?
I think I'll end my turn there.
Yeah, you fucking psycho.
Mhm.
Lascivious.
Yeah, I'm really gonna quickly use a free thing, like a free action to go to say to Michaelis, it's gonna be a problem if you don't kill this guy, right? You mentioned something about your sword.
I should probably go after the necromancer first.
Okay, so I'm gonna use my bonus action to dash. So I'm gonna do 60 feet. What is in front of me? Like, how high is that? Like this little like thing here.
Well, the ledge there is that's about 10 feet, and then there's like shrubbery, and, like trees on it. So
Yeah. Do you think I'd be able to? This guy wouldn't be able to get an attack. Could I like
No.
how? Because I'm invisible, right? So.
Yeah.
5. Is this solid? Right here? Is this floor?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, I mean it's slanted, but yeah,
Yeah.
you're free to walk through it.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 60. I mean 45, 50, and then 55, 60.
There you go, perfect.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ready an action to cast Hold Person on the Necromancer once Michaelis reaches it.
For sure, sounds good. Alrighty. Next up is gonna be Blood Zombie.
And I'm
1.
hidden, right? Because my feet make my sound imperceivable, and I'm invisible.
Well,
right?
invisibility doesn't necessarily. It's weird because
I
you can
think
you can still be hit when you're invisible. It's just they have disadvantage on hitting you.
But if I can't be
Yeah.
heard or seen,
I think technically he is hidden. Like he benefits from the being
Well, yeah,
hidden.
because
has
he
the
gets
same-
he gets advantage on any attacks that he does.
Yeah.
well, I just want to know because I want like when I cast Hold Person, I want to know if it's going to be at disadvantage for him his roll because my ability of when I'm hidden, enemies
Yeah, he'd
have
be at disadvantage
Okay,
to
cool.
it.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
So Blood Zombie number 1 is gonna go. 5'10". He's gonna fucking. We're going to do some attacks on Bonelia.
Oh.
One attack will be a 19 to hit,
Yeah, that hits.
and then the second attack is an unnatural 20 to hit.
Also hits.
So that will be. That's gonna be 9 plus 11 bludgeoning damage for the slam.
Oh.
So that'll be double
Welcome
because
to
of your
jail.
undead status.
Yep.
So that would be 11, so 22. So I need a Constitution saving throw for your concentration. You'll have to beat an 11.
That's an 11 on the die.
11, perfect.
Nailed it.
And then I'm not gonna make you retake the save just because I forgot, but there is extra. You're not immune to necrotic, right? It's poison.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I forgot there's poison damage attached to it, but I'm not gonna make you redo your save. You already passed. Where is the fucking? There we go. It's an extra. Wow, an extra 1 necrotic damage.
Ouchie.
And the second slam attack is going to be full. So that's going to be 20 bludgeoning, unfortunately. Doubled up to 40.
Oh my god.
Additional 6 necrotic. So you have to pass a Constitution saving throw of 23.
My God.
I cannot help you.
Ay caramba.
Well, she's got lucky, right?
I'm gonna use a luck point and try that once more.
Sounds good.
Cue
Just
piano
remember,
man.
if you do
Alright, well that was a fucking nat 1, so you know what? This is just...
Well, you can choose the not nat
Unfortunately-
one, but yeah, that sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I won't.
Okay.
So my beacon of hope is gone.
Okay. Yeah, so unfortunately, I'm just going to keep that circle there just in case you do recast it for now.
Mm.
Okay.
So just so we know what the range is in case you recast.
Yeah.
So there's that. Blood Zombie.
How much damage?
I
It was a lot.
I took
You took
so
about like
much.
60 damage in that turn? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks when you have vulnerabilities. That's the Blood Zombie 1's turn. Now it would be Zombie number 2, but Zombie 2's dead. Michaelis, you are already raging, my friend.
All right. Well, I guess if he's not engaged with me, does he get an attack of opportunity?
Yes.
if I-
Yes.
Well,
Attacks of opportunity are just you leaving their hostile range.
Okay, well,
Got it.
for the time being, I'm just gonna attack the guy and hopefully kill him in my 3 attacks, and then I'll sprint to Lascivious.
Sounds good. Yeah, make your 3 attacks.
All right, so with that, I'll just roll.
Maybe one at a
First
time,
one
just
is
in case.
22.
22 hits. Yep.
Second one is 17.
17 also hits,
17 again.
and 17 also hits. Yes.
Never mind.
All right, so damage. So first set of damage. Oh, that one's spinning. 31.
31 damage. Okay. Yep. Sounds good.
Second set. 26.
26 sounds good. Kate, give me 1 sec. So that is. Oh, it's definitely not gonna. Probably not. Oh. You cut the blood zombie in half to the point where like it's hanging on by like a strand and it's about to die, but you see like part of its body like reattach itself completely,
Oh
and
no, you
it,
don't.
and it regains 1 hit point.
That's after the second attack.
Yep.
That's after the second attack. Your second attack would kill it, but undead fortitude, so it's still alive with 1 hit point.
Okay, well, let's see what damage it gets for the third one.
Probably more than one.
Probably more than one.
Yeah.
Thing is, they keep making these saves until they fail.
Right.
23.
23. Okay, let's see if it. Yeah, the first time it rolled, it was a natural 20, so it saved. This one was not a natural 20.
Okay,
Yeah.
Blood zombie number 1 is dead.
Okay, and then
You just
I'm
hack
just
that motherfucker in half.
Thank
Just
you.
no problem. And then I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3, sorry, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. That's as much as
So I
can
could
do.
have attacked him, is what you're saying.
I thought you were waiting.
I
Lost
can't wait
invisibility.
now. I'm gonna lose a whole turn.
Well,
After
surprisingly,
that,
I'll help you. I'll help you.
after that,
Like my whole
sorry.
turn didn't do anything.
Just like
Womp womp.
Next
Yeah.
up is Blood
Yeah.
Zombie number 2. It's gonna go. It's gonna hop on down, and it's gonna take 2d6 bludgeoning. Oh fuck! It did 11 damage to itself.
Nice.
oof,
So it's gonna hop on down, and it's gonna go
What a dummy.
broke its ankles.
5, 10, and it's gonna make 2 attacks on Lyric. First attack on Lyric is definitely a hit, 17. Second one, oh, that's a nat 20 on Lyric.
I'm gonna
Am
what's it called? Silvery barb.
Okay, it will re-roll and take the lower. It's a nat 1 instead.
Hell yeah!
So, aha, I got you.
Yeah,
Do that.
so the
I
zombie
basically
will
like
wield-
throw my dagger at it, but when it like gets to it, it's actually just like a white feather that just fucking runs past it. So like it looks as if it's gonna get hit with something and tries to dodge,
So
but
it flinches. It's like
yeah.
Hell yeah. So the damage for the first strike on Lyric is gonna be Lyric is gonna take
And
11 bludgeoning plus 7 necrotic. 18 total for
I'll
Lyric.
also give Lyric advantage on the next ability check, saving throw, or attack roll he makes.
Coolio. And then it will do. Hits it with a melee attack will be 1d8. Cool.
Sophia's is just lying down.
Useless.
We don't see it. He's invisible.
Yeah.
You see, as the blood zombie like slashes Lyric, you see some of the blood get like absorbed into it, and its body becomes slightly larger.
Ugh.
And then
Uh-oh.
it goes for the second attack, and your dagger just like, and it just fucking tumbles and falls. We will say that is that. There's nothing else from that, right? Yes, cool. Next up is gonna be Sonnet.
Yeah, I'll kind of just look to Mabel and move forward, just saying, Well, we just we gotta support them, and then I'll cast Mass Cure Wounds at 5th level. So it'll be 3d8 plus my spell casting ability modifier. It's for like um I think it's
30-foot
I think
radius
there's only
from you.
two. There's only pardon.
Sorry, I'm just reading the thing. It's just a 30-foot radius from you.
Yeah. But it's a like there only 2 people got injured, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, only
Yeah.
only Bonelia and Larrick.
Yeah.
Bonelia got
Uh,
fucked.
um.
Fucked
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. I'll cast it on both of them. So that's 3d8 plus my spellcasting ability modifier. Oh, but it does say technically that it has no effect on undead or constructs. Does that
Because
count as
of
one?
for Bonelia when she was
Yeah.
what's the word? Um
Champion.
I'm gonna for lack of a better word, rehired by
Yeah.
LaRue took away that kind of a status.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Yay.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16. They both get 16 health.
Yay.
But
Yay.
that was my action. My bonus action. Uh, that was Mass Cure Wounds, which is an action. I guess my bonus action, I'm going to Mass Healing Word.
Well,
Or actually, no, I'll just do regular
um,
Healing Word.
yeah,
But
because Mass Cure Wounds is an action.
yeah, Mass Cure Wounds is an action, but Mass Healing Word is a
Yes,
bonus action. But I'll just do a regular Healing Word. I'm just healing
Okay.
Bonelia for this one.
Perfect. Okay, yeah. What level are you doing?
I'm gonna do it at 5th level.
5th. Okay.
And so that is 5d4 plus my
Real quick
spellcasting
before
ability
you
modifier.
roll, I just have to check something
Yeah.
real quick. Where are they? There they are. At 5th level, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. She gets 17 more healing.
Nice.
Yay.
Nice.
Thank you. I give you a shaky thumbs up.
Yeah.
Alrighty, any movement you want to take there, bud?
No, I
Your
think I
bud?
took all the movement I wanted to take. Yeah, I think that's my turn.
Alrighty, next up would have been Zombie 1.
However,
Would've.
Rip.
Suck my dick.
Zombie 3 is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
and eat the old man.
Feet.
Oh.
Absorb him.
Absorbing.
Don't give me ideas.
Like a zombie sponge.
Eat him. Combine.
He ate the man. He ate the elven man. He ate the man.
Listen, y'all
Sorry.
keep making fun of it, so I'm making you guys pay for it.
Uh-oh.
Zombie 3 is going to
Blame it on Natalie.
start chomping away at the old man. And
A new blood zombie.
And it distracts him. He's
it's
distracted.
funny. Michael took the words right out of my goddamn mouth.
Bruh.
Zombie becomes blood zombie.
Yes. Very good.
Blood zombie.
God
Good quick
Damn it.
thinking.
That's a
Walker.
good idea, Michael. That was a good idea.
you.
You were already gonna do it, you bitch.
Fucking-
Don't blame it
I
on me.
wasn't until they started making fun of it.
Oh, I see.
Coolio. So
Oh, is it if it isn't the consequences of my actions?
He didn't like my
So
musical
remove
rendition.
that. And then I need to throw in another.
Can't wait for this necromancer to fireball you guys.
But you got him, right? Like
Not if
like
I
you'll do
tank
your
it.
job.
No, because
Yeah.
Michaelis was distracted, so I'm just chilling, waiting.
I'm sorry, I had to help Onelia. I had to make sure she didn't die.
Cool.
Interesting.
Alrighty, after that.
Sounds like you were saving yourself from a reaction.
After that, it's Mabel.
All right.
Mabel.
Let's go.
Girl power.
See this chain lightning, yo.
You go fucking hard. There's a lot of people.
Oh yeah. I was just gonna do witch bolt, but that sounds. But do I want to use? I think
That's a
Yes,
that's
you
a
do.
large-
I think
that's a
I
large
do.
spell slot.
You do.
it is. What does that do again exactly?
So it's a 150 range feet spell. And then when you hit a target, it can hit as many as 3 targets up to 30 feet from the first target.
Oh, yikes. That might not be the best move.
Okay. I'm gonna go bing bong. This gives me enough to
Jesus.
hit the necromancer.
Nice.
Yeah. I'll try to get him. Yeah, try and get him for to
What
a
spell?
4th level. Witch bolt.
Witch bolt, okay.
She is going to walk in front of the blood zombie. Okay.
Yes.
Sana's just like pulling his hair out. Why the fuck did you go right closer to it?
Uh,
You were up support. You're not in it.
you see, you're doing it at 4th level?
Mhm.
You see the necromancer slam down its staff, and
No, he
some
doesn't.
necromantic energy goes down and it counters spells.
Oh, perfect. Yes, waste his reaction. Oh, wait. He would just
So-
regain it once it's his turn. Never mind.
Yep. So you use a level 4 spell slot to counterspell.
Can I counterspell his counterspell?
Womp womp.
Yeah, you could. You can
Good, as a
counterspell
reaction,
counterspell.
yeah. You'd have to meet it at a level 4, so that'd be 2 4th level spell slots of yours gone.
Do it.
Unless you want to roll for it, you could do it at level 3 and try to roll for it.
What is my portent? Oh. If I use my portent, can I add my little extra
Yep,
bonuses?
You still get your spellcasting bonus to it.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Okay, what's the roll?
21.
That's the total, right? Not what you rolled?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I had
because
to
of
make
the you
sure
can't
roll
roll a
21.
21.
What fucking dice are you using? Yeah, so you'll
Bit
counterspell the
cheap.
counterspell, and the witch bolt will go through. So make your attack roll.
Bitch. Okay.
Now watch you
You know.
miss.
No, don't say that.
He has a 25 AC. Just it's Star Killer. This giant thing of armor.
That's gonna be 29 damage.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Wait. Are you rolling to hit?
Do you think?
Oh, oh, do I have to roll to
Yeah,
hit
you
again?
still have to hit. You still have to hit.
You got this. You fucking got this.
Guys.
You should
got
know
this.
this.
Oh.
18.
An 18 hits. Yeah.
Nice.
Hey.
So 29
I need to
damage.
roll my damage again.
Well, no, I'll take
No, you can
No.
give it 29
that's
damage.
29.
Yeah.
good.
I'll take 29. Unless you think you can roll higher.
Nah, you know what?
If
That's
you- if
actually
you-
good.
I was gonna say if you roll lower, you're taking the lower. So
Yeah, no. No, we're good with
29
29.
damage. You see the necromancer just like get hit with this thing, and it leaves like almost like a crater inside. Dude, that shit fucking hurt.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hurry up, Michaelis, or I'm gonna get bored.
So
This
you
is
are
an
now
ethereal voice.
concentrating.
Necromancer's like,
Yes, that is it.
Alrighty. Next
Mm,
up is.
sorry. So sorry. I'm gonna
actually-
misty step back here.
Nice.
That's it.
Tactical.
So I was just like, that's what I thought.
That's my girl.
That was hot.
Prioritizing her life.
That's funny.
My queen.
Mabel and Sonnet and Lyric, you guys hear a thud come from behind you.
Oh.
Whoa.
No.
Are the owl bears mad?
We disturbed
shut
them.
the fuck up.
A
There's
blood
zombie
dropped
owl
down. Blood zombie 4 dropped
Zombie
down from a
owl
hiding
bear.
position before.
All right.
Motherfucker.
5, 10, and it's gonna make
Oh.
2 slam attacks at Mabel.
No!
I'm so smart.
First one will be a
Yeah,
Did you
blinks
cast?
behind. Gets
Man.
dead to the
Knocked out.
face.
first
Sorry,
one-
That's
what?
awesome.
First
No,
one's
no,
on
it's fine.
17 is a 17
Misses.
on the die.
Oh, on the die.
Okay.
So
There's
Oh.
more.
in total, it's
Plus like
22.
0. Okay, that hits.
22.
Yep.
Do you have shield?
Second one,
Oh, yeah, you
is-
used your reaction.
it's
Yeah.
an 18 in total.
Yeah. Does not hit.
Does not. So you're above 18.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes,
Sounds
I am.
good.
Hmm.
So you will be taking. Full. So that is
Ooh, great.
Thank you.
so that is
Three.
20 bludgeoning damage and 6 necrotic damage. So I need you to do a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration. You need to pass a 13 to maintain.
So she blinks into a fist of a zombie.
Yeah.
She's like,
A big hammer.
I
yeah.
rolled a 13 on the die.
So you pass.
Nice.
Nice.
And now you'll get the other effect.
What are you concentrating on?
Which
A witch
Is it
bolt.
Witch Bolt? Ah.
you will also be taking full again 8 necrotic damage as well, as you feel this as this blood zombie like crashes into you. You feel your life force being suctioned away into it,
Oh.
and it will be gaining that 8 instead. That is the end of the zombie's turn. So next up is another thing nobody's seen.
What?
My god.
5, 10. You see coming out from behind the bushes that Lascivious would have saw if he had climbed up, a zombie lord.
Oh.
Another old
shit.
man.
A zombie lord.
A zombie lord.
Too many of
Uh,
these.
The zombie lord.
Thanks, Michaelis, for making me waste my shit. Just kidding.
Come on, zombie lord.
Adapt and overcome, Lascivious.
So it will go.
I'm just
how much
chilling.
is the movement speed?
Chill with purpose. Next time.
That's 10,
Nah,
Be of use.
15, 20,
I had purpose,
25,
but
and it will make a slam
slow.
attack at Bonelia.
Oh
Fucking
my
try
god.
me. Let's go.
It only gets 1, and you don't even need to make a saving throw because you were immune to poison.
Yeah.
But you will still be getting attacked, so let's
Mhm.
see. That's going to
Just
be
fucking
a
try.
21.
At the hits.
Hmm.
Damn it.
That will be 11 plus
Oh.
13,
Oh.
and then necrotic is 1. So you're going to be taking 28 points of bludgeoning damage, and then 1 point of necrotic damage.
I hate this.
Was
Uh,
28 the doubled number, or is it
Yes,
28 times
28 was
2?
the double.
Okay, thank God.
So, like, how you looking?
And then
Well,
if it-
you know. Could be
and
better.
then,
Wait, have we not finished a full round yet? What the fuck?
No! Too
And
many
then
people are
the-
joining.
I got
the
work
zombie
tomorrow.
does not.
Gotta
does
get
not
up
get
at
anything.
6.
Excellent.
We'll go through it. So here's where the fun part comes.
Oh.
Uh,
What?
Necromancer's turn.
Yep.
Oh.
Finally.
Necromancer is going to cast a magic missile. And we are going to cast it at. How many spell slots we got?
If Mabel has
I
mage
casted
armor,
it
she's
like
immune.
that.
We're going to cast it at 4th level.
This
Mage
is still
armor?
bad.
Oh.
So that is.
Did you mean shield?
What? No, mage armor gives you invincibility to magic missile.
Oh.
Yeah.
So 3 at level 1, 4, 5, 6. So 6 missiles going around. Oh, sorry, don't mean to move that.
Oh, it doesn't say, Michael.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
No,
No,
it's
that's
shield.
for
Shield?
shield.
Oh, shit.
All 6 of them are going to go at. We're gonna
Careful.
We're gonna do 3 at Lyric, 3 at Mabel.
Okay,
Oh.
better. Thank you.
3 at Lyric, 3 at Mabel.
Hey, since Lascivious is right in front of the necromancer,
Nope.
shouldn't he be hit?
Nope.
So
Hit
I'm
him
invisible.
accidentally.
No one knows
so
I'm there.
1d4 plus.
You don't
1.
even know I'm there.
You think Mabel could like step out of the way if she could see it coming? But
So for Mabel, you'll be taking fucking wow.
Uh-oh.
That is 2,
Other
4,
wow.
6 damage. 6
Yeah.
force
Oh.
damage to Mabel. So that's 1 on each of the fucking d4s. And then Lyric. Lyric got 4, 8, fucking 13. Lyric's taking 13.
how's he looking?
Lyric's doing fine for now. He's doing okay.
He's a
Oh,
big
thank
boy.
God.
He's a werewolf shark.
Next up is Larrick, and he's going to
Say
make-
ow.
he's gonna make 2 attacks with his.
He gets advantage on the next attack,
He
ability
sure
check,
does.
or saving throw.
That's gonna be a nat 20 on Larrick. Amazing,
Hey!
amazing.
Power
And the
bros.
My
second
boy.
attack, and the second attack on Larrick with Larrick is going to be enough to hit. So that would be double the damage on this for Larrick, which is, oh wow, 6, 12, 20, 26 damage on Blood Zombie number 2. 26. And then the initial is 10 extra damage on that. And then he's going to expend his action surge. And he will be attacking once more, which definitely hits. Which is another 7. And then using his last attack, the same one, which is also going to hit. Which is 7 extra damage. And now Blood Zombie number 2 needs to make a saving throw, with 17 being the DC for Undead Fortitude, which rolled an 11. So Undead Blood Zombie number 2, dead! You see Larry
Hey.
just like take out all these knives, like all these little like what would be throwing knives, and just start slashing away with them. And he kills that guy. And then he's gonna turn around and focus on Blood Zombie number 4, whose turn it is, and will be attacking. Or no, Blood Zombie 4 already took his turn against Mabel. So 3, 5, 10.
Is it my
20.
turn yet?
No, you're
Almost.
after me. You're a long ways away, buddy.
The way to go.
It's gonna come over to
You had your chance.
here. That nobody else saw number 3.
Wait, who the fuck is that?
Yep. You didn't see number
Who
3
the
as
hell is
well.
that guy?
I'm
Was that
surprised you didn't
underneath
notice.
Sonnet?
I'm surprised you didn't notice.
That was like underneath Sonnet, I'm pretty sure.
No, it actually came out from the left where the Blood Zombie the new one came from. So it's gonna make two attacks. That one definitely doesn't fucking hit. That's a 3.
Nice.
Second one is gonna be a 14.
I'm just watching,
Does not hit.
eating a chicken leg.
Amazing. Blood Zombie 3 is also dead. Zombie 4 is gonna dash and go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. And that's all that he can do. Next up is Bonelia.
Oh
'Kay.
no.
I'm gonna use my turn undead.
Yeah, I thought so.
Liquefy.
So,
him.
Are you doing it? I'll tell you now that if you do it at 4th level, it's critical challenge ratings of half of 1 or lower. If you do it at 8, it's 1 or lower, or at 11, it's 2 or lower.
Oh, I don't. Wait, what?
I'm just saying, like, oh shit! I thought that was level cast, not cleric level.
Yeah, what the fuck? Squeeze me?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine, cause.
You saying I could have been doing zombies at level or enemies at level 2?
No.
Well, that's my bad, because the blood zombies that were in your immediate vicinity should have died, but the ones that came into your vicinity are fine.
That's fine. I think they need to make saves anyways, right? In order, like, if they fail it.
Yeah.
Only if they're above the level that she needs.
But this is turn
like,
undead. She's not doing.
Well,
Well,
turn undead
it-
becomes destroy undead.
Yeah.
She uses it.
It's the same
Oh.
thing, yeah.
Yeah, it just innately becomes it.
Interesting.
If they're a certain level, then that becomes destroy undead. But if they're higher than that, then I think they still have to make that saving throw.
Yes, they still have to
if
make
they
the
turn
save.
away.
Yes, that is true.
Pretty sure the way that it works is that no matter what, they'll make the save, and then if they fail it, it'll usually do the regular turn undead, but if they are at that level threshold, then they're just immediately destroyed instead.
Yeah.
So that means you're actually going. If you use it, you'll kill any zombies that are a challenge rating of 2 or lower.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
For sure. So that is. Are the blood zombies 2 or lower? They are 1. So that is 30 feet from the center of you. Which. Is this still 30? 30 feet. So you can move yourself around and then decide when you want to cast it.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
That's the Beacon of Hope. You can move that too.
I don't need to move that.
I attached it to her because you wanted to keep it on her.
Gotcha. That's right.
Okay, so yeah, there.
So right here, because it comes from the center of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So if you
And
move
if you
just another
move-
diagonal down, there you go.
But you will take an attack of opportunity from
Yeah.
Zombie Lord.
Yeah.
I'll
So
let
it's-
you choose because depending on which way you want to come from, you're either taking an attack from Zombie Lord or Blood Zombie 3. So whoever you want
Oh.
to take the attack from.
Zombie Lord's
Oh.
probably the lesser of. Looks like he's like a caster, sort of. So.
yeah, but he's a lord.
I mean, he only makes one attack where they can make two.
Okay, all right,
Well,
zombie
they
lord.
can't make
it is.
2 reaction attacks.
No, just insane
Yeah.
that the zombies can do two. Well, it doesn't hit anyway because it rolled a fucking 9, and then it gets
Hey.
a +6. So unless you're,
Aha.
your AP's not 15, right?
No,
Okay, you don't. It misses.
cool.
So in that realm, with your turn undead, so they need to make saving throws, is what it is. Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
wisdom saves.
Thank God zombies aren't very smart. So zombie
Not wise.
4, zombie 4 gets a -2. So what's your spell save DC?
It's 17.
17. So they need to roll a 19 or higher.
Yep,
Zombie number 4 got a 2, so that's an
Nice.
automatically dead.
that's a 0.
And then blood zombies get also -2. So blood zombie 4 gets a 13, and blood zombie 3 gets a -1. So those guys are fucking dead.
My
Alright.
bad.
And then
Alright.
zombie lord, it's
Oh.
just if
Zombie
he
Lord, it will make the save, and now because it won't,
Yeah.
because it's too high.
it's just if it's gonna run away from me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is turned for 1 minute, so actually it just won't attack. It won't attack
Okay.
until it either takes damage or or a minute passes by.
Okay.
So the Zombie Lord gets a +1, which is an 18 on the die, so it passes.
Okay.
And now you still have bonus actions or movement you can take.
I'm gonna healing word myself.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yummy. Ah.
And then no movement after that though.
Nope, that's it.
Lascivious, you are up. And then following that is Michaelis.
Yeah, Lascivious is just gonna be like, all right, fine, finally.
Go behind.
I'm
him
gonna
if you
cast
can.
Hold Person, and he rolls a disadvantage. He has to make a 14. He'll probably pass, but we'll see.
What's the type of save?
Wisdom
It
Intelligence,
is.
wisdom.
It is, I think,
charisma?
Constitution. It's
I
I
wisdom.
could make him fail.
It's wisdom. You could make him fail.
You could.
It
Do
has
you
to be a
see
14.
him
Are
right
you-
now? You do.
Yeah, are
Let's
you
see.
close enough?
Well, she got
True.
spell sniper. It really don't matter what the fuck she is.
It counts for important. That's actually crazy. It's cool.
Oh, that's true. It
I'm
counts
pretty
spell.
sick.
I'm gonna do a quick check just to make sure. Spell sniper.
I mean, he rolls at disadvantage, so can't she do it as like after he's rolled?
Well, wait,
Just
does
trying to
Portent,
see
do I
if-
even need to be?
They're saying I'm seeing people say that Portent doesn't work with spell sniper because it's not a
No,
spell.
but does Portent even need me to be at a certain distance?
Yes, you need to be able to see the person.
Can she?
Isn't he on a hill?
Yeah, she can see him.
So then it would work.
Yes, but
Yeah.
yeah, sorry,
Like
my
it-
mistake.
yeah.
I'm stuck in for some reason I was stuck in spell sniper.
But can she just wait to see if he were to pass or not? Because he has to roll first before then she gives it or not.
Does
Yeah.
she have to do it before the roll is?
Yeah,
or,
she
I have
like
to do it
declared,
before.
the?
She needs to do
Oh.
it before the result is decided.
Well, it's up to you. Your discretion.
So I have a
If you have a 3, he's probably going to fail because
Yeah.
it's a 14. So I mean, let's say he has a plus 11 to his save.
All right, here's the 3.
Okay.
Okay. It's gonna fail.
Uh,
So it is currently paralyzed, I believe, by hold persons.
I
Nice.
The way that it looks is I kind of reach, like the invisibility breaks and I'm lying down on my side as the necromancer sees me. I just give it a wink and I reach my hand into the ground and like a little like sort of like
You
black
reach
and
for
red
thunder.
sort of portal comes in. I reach in and I pull out black flamed chains that shoot out from under him and like stab into different parts of him and restrain him to the ground or like
Cool,
to
yeah,
where he
that's-
is.
Hella dope. He's just like chained down like.
Yeah. And then as a bonus action, I don't think I need to do anything, to be honest.
This guy's fucked.
I'm basically just gonna that's it. That's my turn. I'm just still lying here. I'm like, well, have fun.
Yeah.
So he is paralyzed. So every single hit is a
It's
crit.
critical.
Yep. Michaelis, you're up.
Okay, so
Isn't that good timing?
You could just walk right
Yes.
into him.
that's me in a corner.
But it's not automatic hits. It's I think advantage on.
Yeah, you
attacks.
still have to. You
Yeah.
still have to
roll the
attack him.
hit.
Yep.
So I rolled 6 times.
No, you roll
Yeah.
3 times. Oh, sorry,
advantage.
6
2
times. So you have
dice.
advantage. Yeah. My bad.
Yes. So
Yes.
first roll 13, but with advantage. 13 still the highest for the first
13.
attack.
That's the total.
That's for my roll to hit.
Okay. So what's
With
On
your
the
bonus
die.
and everything.
Wait, I'm rolling advantage. Is this taking the higher or is it?
So what you
If
do
you're
is
taking the higher.
you take
you
the
still add
highest
your
dice roll and you
modifier.
add your to hit modifier, so like plus 10 or whatever.
Yeah, but it's plus 5.
Okay, so I think it's 13 total. Is what
Yeah,
I'm
Okay.
saying.
That's,
13
So
total.
13 total on the necromancer.
but because
does
he's
hit.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, good. Thank God. That would really suck if it didn't.
Yeah.
So for the second roll with advantage will be a 16,
Yes.
and then my third attack with
It's
advantage
gonna be a lot of damage.
It's gonna be a
is a
lot.
22.
That is
Well,
nice.
3 crits right there.
Crits.
Three crits on one target.
Okay,
Damn.
with D&D Beyond, I'm not sure how to give myself auto crit because I think it's
It's just roll your damage dice twice because you're doubling the amount of dice you roll. That's it.
Yeah, because instead of 3d12, it's 6d12.
Yeah.
Yes, that is
So, okay.
true. That is
Okay,
true.
So
Yep.
just give me a sec.
Mhm.
I will add it all up. Okay, so Walker, if you want to just keep track for my first attack, it's 20. Wait, it
Let me
is
pull up the calculator.
I'm not gonna.
Quick
All
word.
right.
31. Because keep in
31.
mind, it's for the
We
two-
understand. Just
Yeah.
the numbers.
31
the
plus
numbers.
24. 31 plus 24 is the
Oh, you're
first
doing
one.
it that way. I see. Okay, I will.
Because
pull
I
it
had to
up.
I had to add my +2 rage to
24.
only one of them. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So far we're at 55.
okay, then my second attack
Mm-hmm.
Wait, where's the
Go ahead.
Give me
Go
a
on.
sec.
Say the number.
40 plus
Okay.
Uh-huh.
32.
Okay. We're at
Uh-huh.
127.
Oh my god.
My third attack.
Burning midnight oil or whatever. Come on.
I got work
Wow.
at 6, Ian, please.
40 plus 34.
So is
So
that
the
like
total
doubled
of-
of the +2 from your rage, the plus whatever for the damage on your sword itself?
No,
So
that is. Sorry.
So just to get over with, 201 damage.
Holy fuck.
Is he alive?
As I'm
too?
just, is he alive?
You know, he's looking pretty hurt. You know, yeah, you fucking brutalized this guy. How do you kill him, Ian?
I'm just simply like a madman. Gonna run up to him. I'm gonna. Cause he's just pinned on the ground like that, right?
He's not on the
Yeah,
ground. He's
well-
standing, and like the chains are kind of like embedded into him and holding him in place. As I'm just kind of holding on to the chains, like, all right, go at it.
I'm gonna charge at him, and with him staring right at me, I'm gonna spear him right through the chest. Like for my first strike,
Okay.
light it out, disembowel him,
Okay.
cleave him right in the chest, so it goes half,
Okay.
and then swing and behead him.
Okay, yeah. Absolutely. You see the fear of God in this man's eye as you come towards him, and even before you lift the sword, it already has kind of tuned itself. As it just barrels through, you yank it out, you hear in your head just,
Mm.
yes. As you go through, get another one, as you hear Bane's voice go, finally!
Whoa.
And then you get that final hack through, and you hear that feminine voice go, glorious, as the head is fully decapitated. All the undead that are remaining, which is just the zombie lord and the fucking blood zombie, that you see they're like going to do their things, and they just stop and just slump downwards beside.
And
That-
the head is decapitated, the body's still there, and I just pull the chains up, and the body goes into like the hole, and it disappears.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
God
Cool.
damn.
There's no
Cool.
benefit or anything. I just the flavor
That's
wise.
pretty cool.
I bring him back to hell.
Combat ends. And you see the cave in the
You guys
distance.
all right?
You see the cave off in the distance, just past these hills with the forests. Knowing exactly where this cave is now, you have to think of the fact that there now lies another potential threat. You don't know how many necromancers there are in this cave, how many undead they've potentially risen, and the fact that they are wielding some potentially powerful magic items. You have a second to breathe. And that's where we're going to end today's session.
Yay!
Nice.
God
Nice.
damn.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
I don't know if there's ever been a time where higher damage has been rolled in total.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that
that's
was
a new,
insane.
That's a new record.
Teamwork.
201 damage in a single turn.
You welk.
Yo,
Thank
well.
I think that would be. Imagine in the script how terrifying it's gonna be. This like the guy's held there. It's just like.
Yeah.
I just love the idea that Lascivious just nonchalant, just whoosh, and just holding
Yeah.
up.
I'm gonna say this from you where you're sitting. It looks like you're pulling it out of your crotch. So.
Well, it would be pulling it from like so like if he's lying down on his side like this, he's just pulling it out from like the bottom. He's just
Yeah.
like. Whoosh.
There we go.
And then
Just gonna
one
keep that
day.
there.
One day, Walker's gonna do something with the fact that I pulled him into the thing where the chains came from, and it'll just be like, "Yeah, there
You're
was
gonna
some
go back
weird
to hell,
shit."
and you're gonna go back to hell, and you're just see a necromancer
Michaelis
there,
has
like,
to
ah!
be. Michaelis has to be exactly animated like the Proud Family dad. Just like that's the POV of the guy. Has to be one frame, just like.
Or like the cop in Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lockwood.
Flintlock wood.
Man, I'm
everybody.
so glad I finally got to use Hold Person on somebody.
Whole person's great. It's a great spell.
It's a little
That's
disgusting
great.
when you can make people roll at disadvantage for it.
Uh,
Even the spell save DC isn't really that high.
congratulations, everybody. You all survived. Step 40.
Really.
Was the owlbears
Amelia was
random, or were
fucking-
you like considering
That was just
it?
like that was just an idea that I had. I'm
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds fun.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I gotta stop the
Nice.
recording.